Hello, welcome. We're back in the bloody workshop. That's what we're doing. I don't really need these on right now. How are we all? Mr. Westbrook
Hello,
Drew's under
hello.
here. He's not been with us for a wee while on stream.
Indeed.
Hello, Paul Three Keys, Dodgenator, VMX. Has been, love the name. Uh, excellent work.
Hmm.
Welcome. And thank you for the sub, Paul Three Keys and Drew. Yeah,
Of course.
eight was it? 8 months in a row for both of you. Jesus.
Then the
Steve the
max.
Dancer, hello. So how are you, good sir? How are you?
I am doing quite well. How about yourself?
This has been a stressful 3 hours.
Yeah.
So obviously one of the things that we're slowly raising money with the stream is to buy more equipment. Why do we need so
Hmm.
much more equipment? Because we've got one set of fucking streaming equipment and I've spent the last 3 hours moving it from the house to the shop. It's like nothing works. All the settings are wrong. It's just like, oh my God. But it's been too long. I really wanted to show you guys kind of where we are with the shop. You guys will be looking
That's
at this
awesome.
not recognizing anything. Because I think that this
That's
main
correct.
view here is entirely changed.
It's
So
amazing.
so I thought we'd have a quick sort of skeg around to start with.
Very good.
So let me find the right camera. That camera will do. So what's going on in the shop? Well, so
Hmm.
we have racking. Racking is happening. So I'll look that way so you can kind of see where we are. We're sort of in this corner. So behind that wall there
Hmm.
is the spray booth. So this is the wall we're working on today. This is the tool wall. I have one thing attached to the tool wall so far, which is that.
Hey,
So
that looks
that
familiar.
yeah. So that is the DeWalt charging bay, and for DeWalt tools, I need to put the socket, attach socket, but I will just grab the charger so you can kind of see what the plan is. So chargers will go there. That's a double socket. I've got two chargers. So that will basically be all the DeWalt battery 18-volt tools will sit on the nice little rack. I am very much in the Adam Savage camp of tools. I've tried both methodologies, and I prefer his, which is you have everything on display. You have a huge wall of tools, and you can see
Hmm.
everything. You don't put things away in drawers,
Yep.
because when you put things away in drawers, that's when you can never fucking find anything because they're all in
Yep.
drawers. So that wall is going to be absolutely covered in tools. So it looks a bit pathetic at the moment
Cool.
with the one set of tools, one set of tools on it.
It's a start. It's a great
It
start.
it is a great start, but that is what we're doing this evening: is making more things to go on that tool wall. So we have some
Excellent.
racking. So this is 2 bays of heavy-duty racking, and this is some of the wood we now have. So this is all 6mm. This is 2.7 ton of
Hmm.
6mm birch ply. This is probably only 2.5 ton now because I've used quite a bit of 18mm. This is some 12mm. There's another 2 pallets of this. We actually bought 6 ton of this, so we got 150 sheets. So this is basically, these are as high as I can reach. This stack was up here start of this week, so I've used I don't know, a couple of dozen sheets, but I've got 2 pallets over there that I can just load in. So the reason I've put these here is that my CNC is on this side, but I can load these racks from the other side with the forklift. So stuff comes in.
Oh,
I could just take the camera, couldn't I? So stuff comes in through the doors and then can get loaded into these racks from this side.
very cool. Sammy.
Yes, with said forklift. For those of you
Indeed.
who've not seen our lovely forklift, there she is, sitting over there, being all good.
Looking good. All right.
It's a beast actually. So
Yeah, that's
so
great.
these are the wheelie desks. We now have 2 wheelie desks built. These are obviously hugely messy because they're covered in tools that we have nowhere to put. But so these are our desks that we can wheel around. even though they weigh an absolute ton. These are our wheelie workbenches. So these can just go wherever we want them. And we can make some more of these if we really need them. But for the time being, I think two will suffice for what we're doing in this for the next while. Up there is some stuff on racking. So the GSS units up there. What's there? And that's the stage desk from CitizenCon, and the crates are over there. We then have this pile of crap over here. Waiting for more racking to exist. So we have this stuff is the Hublot set that we did end of last year that doesn't have a home yet. Underneath, so this is a pallet of wood, and that's a pallet of wood to the left of it, and this is just more of our furniture. And then all of this is truss that I bought. So my old boss, we used to do events and stuff, and we used to use truss for all sorts of stuff. And he now just does fit out stuff. So he was cleaning his shop out, and I bought all this truss off him for 700 quid. So wow. It's probably worth as much in scrap, if we're honest. It's all aluminium.
I was just to say.
So This is the same size truss that we used at Cloud Imperium Games' reception in Wimsley. This stuff, and then this stuff is slightly smaller gauge. This will make a fantastic lighting rig for in here and for events and just general. Truss is amazing. It's amazingly flexible, and I like to have a bit of truss around. So that's that. We still have piles of rubbish everywhere because I'm still waiting for my skip solution to our waste problems. I have what I call a randoms rack of wood. So this is this rack here is just random sheets of wood, part sheets, and all this sort of random crap. This is what I had at the garage. This is what I had at the old workshop as my entire wood storage. So it looks quite little and sad down there. The extractors are now here, but they're not plugged in. So we only have one 3-phase socket at the moment. So I'm waiting for this to change very soon. So that is that. CNC obviously hasn't gone anywhere. Waiting for the second CNC to arrive at the moment. I need to track that.
And that's on the boat?
It's on a boat. I've not actually started tracking the boat yet, which I should do. So this is the other thing I've built since you guys last saw anything. So, I've moved Gertie. So Gertie is now out here.
Nice.
We have a fire escape that has appeared. This appeared while I was away this weekend. So we now have fire escape next to Gertie. But yeah, so we've moved her because she was in there and she was in the way. So fucking hell, this thing is heavy.
I can imagine.
Such a beast. She's unplugged at the moment and just thinking, this is where she's going to live, I've decided, because I really like the look of her. And I'm hoping when Callie's dad comes up at some point to see us, I'm hoping that he'll spend the weekend with me rebuilding this, pulling it all apart, servicing it. He has a lathe, metalworking lathe, so if there's any parts we need made, he can...
dickhead, but apparently he's got some great friends.
Flanather, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. So this needs a lot of TLC. I've noticed now we've got it out of the shadows, there's a little Harlow pressure release valve at the top which looks like a whistle. You know, like on a traction engine, it's like a proper one, but you attach a cable to and have to pull with a cable. And it looks like a whistle box. I'm really hoping it's a whistle box because that would just make me so. It would be just fucking epic. I would love that. I emptied 15 liters of water out of it when I moved it.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Sounds about right. But the water, honestly, usually when I presume you have emptied water out of a compressor before, it is just like rust colored.
Yeah.
It was drinkably clean.
Interesting.
Which says a lot about the quality and the manufacture of this thing. This thing was built by Inga Solrand in Great Britain in 1956. And I imagine the inside of that is painted, and yes, it has not rusted internally one bit since
Impressive.
1956. It's just like,
That is
not to harp on
absolutely
about
awesome.
good old British engineering, but when we actually built things properly, we built them properly. So the only thing I want to change on this is this. So this is the motor. It's a 3-phase motor on this thing. This is original and will be horrendously inefficient compared to modern 3-phase motors. So what I want to do is actually take it apart, pull all the windings out of it, and just insert a modern motor inside, because a modern motor of the same horsepower will be half the size. So hopefully it'll fit inside this one's casing. You can take the casing off it. Because I want it to still look the same, but I'd like a modern motor on it. And I'll put a 3-phase inverter on this so we can ramp the speed up and control the speed accurately and all that kind of stuff. Try and get it as efficient as we can. But yeah, I love it. I want it to be a centerpiece in the shop. So I hung the flag above it just because I needed somewhere else to put the flag. So the British ensign, Royal Navy ensign, is there. That is an actual original one off a 19th century ship.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Which we picked up from an antiques place for a Gilbert and Sullivan performance at some point when I was at Sea Engineering, and I stole it for another project and another project, and it ended up here. So that's cool. That's not what I wanted to do.
Very cool.
So what's happened through here? Oh dear, right. That's as far as that cable's going to reach. So this is a close-up now of our tool wall. So I put a little JDF logo into the tool wall. So through here, this used to be just the back of the. How far will you? Wait a minute. Let me just unhook me cables. This just used to be the back of the spray booth.
Yeah.
I've now put a bit of lighting in here, temporary lighting. So we've got a fridge.
Oh, nice.
We've got. So this is the sort of temporary cup of tea station, basically. Still going. I've lost power, but that's fine. I think. I say that's fine. Probably not going to be fine, is it? I don't
A heck
know
of a
how
toaster.
much power's in this battery. I would think this would be an impractical solution. There we go. So this is our little cup of tea station. We've got another compressor down there, which is the one we're currently running the shop off. That's the new electricity board. That's the old electricity board. That pipe coming through the wall there is red diesel. That is the red diesel pipe, which every kitchen needs. So one of the reasons I've done this floor is because there's a power trunking and that red diesel pipe that goes across the floor there. So the red diesel pipe goes to that thing there, which is a massive blower for the spray booth. Now this spray booth will heat up to 80 degrees Celsius, which is enough to cook something. Like physically cook a meal. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so that you can use water-based paint on cars, basically. So that's what creates that kind of temperature. So that's hidden that diesel pipe so we don't trip over it. And look, behold there, it's a toilet door.
It's a door.
It's a door with walls around the toilet, like civilized people would have.
That's good.
So yeah, so that's all cool.
Now
we can pretend to be civilized,
right? That's true.
and then we've got this thing. So this is what I'm most proud of that we've built recently. So this, which we designed on stream, is the table saw bench. Let me go around the other side. out so that you can see the blade. So this is basically, I wanted a proper carpenter's table
might
shop
be a
bench.
dickhead, but apparently he's got some great friends.
Nicotine. Thank you for that subscription.
Hello, thank you very much.
Awesome.
So it's our old saw. So our old saw is underneath there. And then we have, I will quite happily accept a sponsorship from Rutland's. So I've gone for a Rutland's fence on this. So this is the fence. So it is attached top and bottom. So you have to unscrew it top and bottom. And you can move it and it stays fucking square, which is a bit of a novelty. So that comes in here. This isn't, these rails are only attached at one end at the moment because I've got some, and the screws that are here actually are going to go into the top of the steel table saw bench, like the actual bed of the machine. So I've got my little lift out plate so you can sort of see the original lift out plate to get and change the blade and stuff. So we obviously needed to keep that ability. So the reason you have these, and the reason it's really important to have these, is that this stops the blowout of when you're cutting wood. You want as narrow a slot as possible here. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Well, that means that you can't cut at 45 degrees because once you do that, then you've got to cut a massive slot. So what you do is you have lots of these things. Behold, lots of these things. So these are all blank at the moment. So the first time I cut something at 45 degrees, I will take this one out. I'll replace it with a blank one, put the blade all the way down, and then actually cut through it at 45 degrees. So I will have one at 45 degrees, and then I'll probably have one at 30 degrees. And I will basically keep these and just write on them onto what angle they're set at. And if I need to have more of them, I just cut more of them on the CNC and we're all happy. But that will give us a better cut on the saw, which is nice.
Hey, Spurious.
Lots of T-track, obviously, which is nice. So one thing we will need to build, which will be a really cool stream project, but not for today because I need to have a think about it, is I need to build a sledge for this. So it needs to be a big sort of wooden sledge that goes into these tracks so that you can put something and cross cut on the saw, because at the moment you can only length cut on it with just this fence. But I want to be able to cross cut on it, so we need to build a sledge. One of the other cool things that having this fence allows us to do is use proper fingerboards.
Ah, the fingerboards.
Here. Proper fingerboards. So fingerboards go in there. Fingerboards go in here.
So Flay asks, will that work? Bringing an angle up will not work that way when you have the angle of the blade at 45 degrees?
So yeah, so what you do is to be able to do that initial cut. I shall show you. So you would take this off. That's called the riving knife, which is, it sort of, once the wood passes the blade, that keeps it straight. You would take that off initially because that won't cut through it. But you basically take the blade all the way down.
Hey, Captain Squirrel.
Then you would so that takes it below the sort of level, because that hides the blade completely away. You angle it to the angle you want, put the uncut bit of wood on the top, clamp it down, and then just turn the saw on and just slowly raise it, and it'll just cut at that 45-degree angle straight through the wood. And then you'll have to manually cut. If you wanted to be able to use the riving knife on it, you'd have to then manually cut that slot a little bit longer with the different, like a router or something. To be honest, the riving knife isn't really that useful when you're cutting something at 45 degrees. You're probably going to be using fingerboards more than the riving knife. To be honest, these fingerboards are better than the riving knife anyway. Obviously, that was the other thing this saw had. So I would probably take this off when I'm doing 45 degree cutting. Or you don't tend to use this riving knife when you're doing detailed little work. This is quite good for when you're pushing big bits of lumber through it, because it stops the wood once it's gone through the blade being able to move one way or the other. So if you're putting something heavy through it, that's actually quite handy. But most of the time when we're doing detailed work, we probably won't have it on either. So you can see here on this one, I had to manually router that channel. So this thinner channel is what the blade cut, and I cut that slightly wider channel for the knife to come up.
So
So
we have some doubt in chat. So Flan says no,
Doubt?
it won't, and Darshnader says that raising the blade will move it vertically, or doesn't move the blade along the blade orientation.
shall we do it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do a 45 degree inset.
All right.
What could possibly go wrong? Right, so so first thing we'll do is take the knife out.
Doing it live. Telematics.
Yeah. Carl loves it when I do stuff like this. It's like when there's like debate in chat from intelligent people whether the big scary saw will do this or the other. It's like, no, I think it'll do this.
I mean, with the table saw that I have at my house, I'm fairly certain I know what they mean, but I also know why it does work. If that makes sense.
It does. It should, in theory, work. So I think the reason that it will work is because this saw, its tilt point is down the center of the blade.
Right.
If it wasn't, now potentially on a cheaper saw or a not proper table saw, that might not be the case. But this should, in theory, because it is as far as I know it does. So I'm pretty sure I've altered the depth of a cut while it's at an angle without having to reset the distance, which is what you would suffer from.
Mm-hmm.
I could treat this.
They got the speed dial ready for you, just in case.
What are you saying?
Better safe than sorry?
Well, I'll tell you, the first safety tip of doing this is this thing isn't even plugged in, let alone.
That is a big one. I'd say that for anything. Computers, make sure it's unplugged. Power tools,
Yeah, absolutely.
unplugged.
Before you stick your hands in it, unplug it. Just as a general rule of thumb.
Just as a general rule, yes.
So that's the knife out.
Alrighty. Now, are you still going to have the metal plate in there, or no?
Yeah, sorry?
Are you going to have the metal plate in there as well?
Yes. So let's set this to 45 degrees. I don't know how old this saw is, actually. Oh, I should really be showing you how I know it's at 45 degrees. So underneath here, there is a dial.
Gauge, yep.
So that's the gauge. Old styly. I could put. I mean, one of the things I would quite like to do is motorize them, put steppers on it to control it. I'll show you on the new router table, basically the same sort of idea. Right, so we don't need that. So that can go. Need that. So what we will need to do is slide the blade away. But can you see it's just going down on its same axis?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's why, in theory, this should work.
Because you're moving the whole thing as you're moving the angle, right?
Yeah, it moves
So
the
it's
whole
moving.
carriage inside it.
Yeah.
So we don't want to put that one on. We want to put one of our others on. Like that.
Doubt is being relieved.
Yeah, sorry?
I said the doubt is being removed from chat.
As I say, it may well be the case that some of you have used a sort of like DIY off-the-shelf saw, and I can't guarantee that that has that ability because of... So that we don't die, we're going to clamp that across the bed so that it can't flip it off. A bit of sacrificial bit of wood.
Yeah, that's what Flan was saying. He said he must have one of those other versions because he was just going off of his own saw. Which makes sense.
Yeah, as I say, this is just, I can see that mechanism to get that carriage to actually move all as one does make it a hugely more complicated because you're moving the motor, you're moving everything.
Yeah.
At a particular sort of like angle, which I can see that would be, obviously adds a huge amount of cost to the making of the machine. But this is a very old machine, so I don't know how old it is. I could probably try and Google it and find out how old it is. Right.
Welcome,
Swap
Duggan.
our cables over. So this runs on a 32 amp 3-phase, 415 volts.
Big boy.
Proper power.
What's the name of your table?
Obviously, yeah, sorry?
What's the name of the table saw?
It's a start-right tilt arbor saw. I don't have a name for it.
Okay.
Right, let me put some air defenders on. And, you know, some goggles. We should really wear goggles for this.
Mm-hmm. Safety first.
Safety last. I mean first. So, for anyone who doesn't know why 3-phase is the correct thing to use for all sorts of tools, it's because you get perfectly smooth power with 3-phase. Okay? You can't hear it, but the saw is now on.
Nope.
So
That's
I'm just going to start raising it up.
Do. I like it.
So I can start to hear it cutting now. Slowly move it through.
Mm-hmm.
See it
There she
protruding
goes.
Well, we're going to take this all the way as far up as it will go.
Nice.
Yes.
And there we have it.
Saw off. And there we go. So I shall now, if I had a pen, I'd write on that 45 degrees. So now we obviously wouldn't need these now to hold it down, just so that this was just so as we were pushing up with the blade, we didn't rattle the guide up.
Sense?
Because obviously we're pushing up with the very top of the rotating blade.
Do you have the max size blade in there now, or does it kind of take a larger blade?
Yeah, No, I think this is as big as this is a foot wide 305. So I mean, one thing we have sacrificed building this bench, we have lost 18 millimeters of cut depth because we've put 18 millimeters on top of the table. So we have lost that as a, but it's just one of those things. It's worth the sacrifice, in my opinion. So let's find a scrap of wood. So we're going to pass this through, check it works. So the way these fingerboards work, so these fingers are going to hold the wood down to the bench without me having to put my fingers there because, death. So we just set that to that height. So I can, that's a little bit tight. We don't want it to make it difficult for us to push it through. We just want to make sure it can't ride up. And then again with this fingerboard, I'm going to do the same trick. Put that here. And then just put it to the side of it there. That's going to stop it jumping away. So you can sort of see with that in there, as I push, that could actually go a little bit further that way. So basically I can now push this through with a stick, obviously. So I shall be using a stick, but these fingers are now holding the wood where it wants to be. We could put another one on there, maybe. Double one here. Just so it doesn't try and ping itself up later on in the process.
That's a double thick one.
Oh, so these are really nice. These, again, Rutland's, please sponsor me. So they're actually the same thing, but you can separate them into two individual ones, or keep them as one double one. It's really okay. So that's passing through there fine.
All right.
The only thing I do have that's annoying me is I forgot to put washer under there. So this white top is just a millimeter taller because it's MDF. I know I don't usually use MDF, but I got this white. This is like a white worktop one, and it's really slippery which you need for a table like this. So I actually had it. It came at the bottom of a pallet. It was a damaged piece. But obviously when it gets to this end, it just gets in the way. So what a tiny sliver of wood under there. No, actually, a bit of tape would be better. Doesn't need much.
Yeah.
It just needs...
I like those fingerboards. Those are really convenient.
Yes. Yes, they are. Anyone would think I'd thought about it. Crazy thought.
Flanathier says, again, I want access to your shop. And I agree. Looks amazing.
Yeah. It's getting there. There's still a lot to play around in this place, but actually having I've had this saw for maybe 3 years now, and I've barely ever used it because I physically had to drag it, and it is heavy, into the middle of my old garage when I wanted to use it. And then even when I dragged it out, there wasn't really room for it. So it was just, it never got used.
Yeah.
You certainly couldn't do full sheets or anything through it. The fence that was on it was a wobbly piece of crap. So
that makes it worse. Yep.
It was relatively unusable. Got to be honest. But it was a shame because it was such a nice saw underneath it. There we go. it was such a nice saw underneath that I really wanted to be able to use it. And this is what it needed. It needed a proper table built around it.
Yeah. And it looks like you got plenty of space, lots of workspace to use.
Well, that's it. Well, there is just enough room between the back of this and the racking, deliberately so, to get a 8-foot sheet, and then it to have enough play to get it out the other side. Only just, but that's all I wanted to afford to it, because I didn't want to. I didn't want to waste space, because even in a shop this big, you know, from our point of view, this is a huge shop. It's still going to not cut the fingers. It will still fill up if we let it. Do you know what I mean? The shop will still get too small if we waste the space in. So especially things like this, that are things that will be staying where they are for a long time. This bench does not get moved. This one ain't on wheels. Okay, so that's the saw on.
Sense.
And then we're just gonna we're just letting the fingerboards do the guiding for us. But I don't need to get anywhere near the scary blade. And there we go. There's our nice
Very good.
45-degree chamfer.
Excellent.
Just how nice that cuts. And yeah, it's really nice to be able to cut things accurately. Yes, it takes time to set everything up on it and what have you, but you know, it's all very repeatable. I say the fingerboards make it even more repeatable. And
awesome.
yeah, it's just really nice to be able to do that kind of thing.
Oh man, that noise filter is killer, isn't it?
Oh fuck it! So, well, yes, it is. I said, when the saw is running, it's not loud. When it's cutting, it's fairly loud, but it's not a particularly loud saw because it's a 3-phase motor and it's a nice new balanced blade. So,
right, yeah.
So the other toy that we have,
exactly, we heard
the other toy. It's crazy. God bless you, NVIDIA.
I know, right?
Is this. So this is nearly finished. Ooh, we could finish this. Because my T-Track arrived.
Nice.
That's fine. I shall show you what it does, and then we will get on with some CNC, because that'll be more interesting. So this is a table router. I know what you're thinking. Don't you have enough fucking routers, JR? So not only did I buy this router, I also bought another router this last week, which I haven't even taken out the box. So we could do a little router unboxing if we wanted.
There you go. I mean, it is a workshop stream, so.
It is, right. Let's do a workshop. Let's do an unboxing. Let's do this router first. So this is my new DeWalt router.
Ooh.
So I already have a DeWalt router. You can't have too many routers. Routers are one of those things that you really can't have too many of, in my opinion. You guys will have seen me using this one before. So this is a little router. So this has had a lot of use in its life. I swear by it. I don't think I've ever had to fix anything on it. But yeah, it's had quite a lot of work in its life. Or maybe this is the second one. Maybe I have got one of these in. I can't remember. I don't think so. So this is a 1/4-inch router. But sometimes one needs a 1/2-inch router. So this is a 1/2-inch router.
Do you always go with DeWalt?
Yes, I am a DeWalt slut. It is. I have everything. There are very few things you will see that don't have a DeWalt badge on in this workshop. And I have to be forced to not buy DeWalt as well. Ooh.
Nice. That's a big boy.
So this is effectively exactly the same machine, just bigger, basically. It's effectively the same. Boom. So yeah, it's just a bigger router basically, and quite considerably bigger. And the big thing that this allows us to do is use 1/2-inch router bits in it, which is handy because I bought a load. Why would we use 1/2-inch ones? Just because they're bigger and have more power. There's a particular. I can't say there is a particular. All I can say is there is a particular problem that we have that can only be overcome by one particular bit, which is this bit. Okay. You can only get this in a 1/2-inch, and to be honest, the reason you can only get it in a 1/2-inch because if it was 1/4-inch, it would snap. This is the bit. This bit here.
All right.
So it's pretty beefy.
Wow.
It's got a 50 mil cutting length on it, and then a big bearing on it. So this is a fairly meaty thing. So this fits in both this router and our table router, because our table router is actually a tiny bit bigger than this one.
Oh wow.
So, because I think this DeWalt is a 2,100 watt, and this is a 2,300 watt router. So, what's a table router? Well, a table router is basically one of those mounted upside down on the bottom of the table.
Makes sense.
So, you have these little inserts, which you can remove, maybe. Yep. And that sort of hides the router in there. You can see the router sitting down in there. Mm-hmm. And because I thought, you know what, let's do this. Let's be a professional carpenter. I bought this. So this is its control box, which is so chunky, it's unbelievable. It means that we can control it via computer, so we can get out to the 0.1 of a millimeter accuracy on its depth and all that kind of stuff. So
that's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. So the bit I have in here at the moment is this tiny little 1/4-inch bit. So this is a trimmer. Okay. It's just like it's got a bearing on the top and then a trimmer. Yep. So that's fine. That's kind of it sort of guides itself because that's its guide bearing. Mm-hmm. It's going to move all of these away for the minute. And then perhaps I want to do the sanders was what I wanted to build the thing for, but we also obviously need to build shelves to put all of these routers on. Mm-hmm. Obviously the CNC is a router as well. The CNC is still the biggest router we have, because that's a 6 kilowatt router, or 6.5 kilowatt router. Yes, it does make sense. It has all the beams. It has all the beams. So
yeah, Flan was saying hashtag sponsor me, DeWalt. And what was the other one, Rutland's?
But yeah, I will have some flex vault tools, please. So what is the point of this? So if we just put this back down. So interestingly, this allows us to use the CNC better. Weirdly.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So when you're cutting something on a CNC machine, unless you are doing something with air, you need to stop the pieces that you're cutting from leaping off the bed when they've been cut, right? Now, there's two ways of doing that. You can screw down, assuming you're not using vacuum, which we can't do for reasons which I've explained before, but quite happy to explain again if anyone wants to know why we don't use vacuum. Even though our table has like the capacity for it, it is all valved for vacuum, but we just don't use it. So you can screw down the parts, i.e. literally whack a couple of screws in each of the pieces you're cutting out, or you can screw down the waste material and then put little tabs on the piece, so it never actually gets fully disconnected from the piece.
I see.
So a bit like this, you'd have 2 or 4 tabs, whatever you feel like on the day. And then you use when the machine is finished, you go around with one of these, which is like a multi-tool trimmer, and go and like use that to cut out all of the things that you've cut, and that leaves you with a pile of stuff with tabs on. Now, the reason that I never did now, obviously, the obvious advantage of having tabs is you don't have dirty, great big screw holes in your parts, which probably you're going to have to filler later on in life if you want to paint the thing, which is this is not good. These are an arse to sand off, these tabs, because you get your sanding and you end up bowling the edge with your sander.
Yep.
And ruining sanding discs and all that kind of stuff. So the best way, the quickest way of trimming these is with one of these, a table router. So you set the depth so that the bearing is running. So the way these bearing bits work
that's cool.
So the way a bearing bit runs is that this little bearing on the top is you're running this along the thing, and that bearing is the exact width of the blade. So this is a guide. So as you're running it along this part, it's not really cutting anything. When it gets to the tab, because we've set the bearing above where the tab is, it'll just cut the tab off.
Makes sense.
I shall now demonstrate. This is not 3
Indeed.
phase.
Hey, Bunsen. Welcome.
It is loud, though. Not that you'll know.
Nope, not that we even noticed.
JL might be a dickhead, but apparently he's got some great friends.
And thank you for that subscription, Bunsen. Appreciate it.
And it is gone.
Perfectly flat and even. Very nice.
Now, that's not to say that I couldn't have done that with a hand router. But when you've got a table full of parts to do, this was just some of the ones that came off one of the passes.
Right.
To do that with a hand router and do it like quickly and neatly, pain in the ass. So if anyone has any questions about this, ask away as you watch a bit of router porn of me doing these.
Here we go. And maybe if you want to kind of touch on why you don't use vacuum with your router. I mean, I know, but just as a refresher.
I have to put my headphones on because I can't hear you over this.
Gotcha.
Oh, we go. I can hear you now.
Better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Excellent. I was just saying that maybe you could cover a little bit why you don't use vacuum on your routing table.
Yeah, so vacuums are they use a lot of power. That's the first thing. Electricity is very expensive these days. Like genuinely a concern for people like us who have not 7 kilowatt routers. I mean, the dust extracts 3 kilowatt. So you're sort of thinking when that router is running, it's like 9.5 kilowatt. The vacuum pumps are 7 each. You need 2 on that table. So you're adding another 14 kilowatt of power consumption. And all it's doing is holding down the parts. And the problem is, for what we do, it holds them down very badly. Because if you're using a CNC for what they're normally used for normal people, you are manufacturing something, hundreds of things. So you can set the bed up on the bottom with the vacuum. So say you're doing 6 kitchen doors out of a sheet. You can set those vacuum points so that it is perfectly holding those 6 doors, and holy fuck, it will hold them. To give you an idea of how amazingly weird vacuums are, like on CNC bed, you still have a sacrificial wooden bed on the bottom, like an 18 mil piece of birch or MDF, and that vacuum will suck through it. Like, properly suck through an 18 mil of timber, and you can feel it. You can put your hand on a solid bit of timber and feel your hand being sucked down to it. It is freaky.
Wow!
And that will hold a piece of wood as you cut it with a razor, which is a huge amount of torque. However, we are not a kitchen door manufacturer. Every toolpath we do is different. I very rarely cut the same toolpath twice, and we often cut a lot of very small parts as well, which we wouldn't be able to grab with a bat. So this doesn't work for what we do. Just the one I had at my last business, the last place I used to work, had vacuums on it, and we never did. There were more trouble. I think there was one project where we had to make 100 of something, and we set it up, and it was amazing. It really was. It saved so much time because you weren't having to screw and unscrew stuff down. You didn't have to do any of this. It was fine. But that was the only project in all the time I worked there that we had 100 of something to do. So it was the only thing that made sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Welcome, Ernest Gaming.
Hello, Ernest Gaming. How are you? Doing a bit of table routing with my new table router. Clear this bench while we make some other things.
With the bench that you created for this task.
Exactly. I say we designed this. I think we designed this table on the screen at some point. Going back a bit.
Which I find it awesome to see it coming to life and being used.
Yeah, there is something ridiculously satisfying about designing new tools and using your current tools to build your new tools. Just like, ha 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 ha. It's just like, that's not to say it's cheap. This bench, just in material, cost about £300. Plus, this router was about 700, I think. But I am a firm believer, a genuine firm believer in, if you're doing something for your living, don't jump on tools.
Yep, I agree with that 100%.
You'll benefit from that every single day. I also think the amount of money we spent on 3D printers dwarf what I've spent on this workshop.
Yeah.
Apart from the new CNC, obviously.
Right.
That I suppose that evens it all up again.
Jazz.
So, we should get the new CNC within the month. So
very good.
It'll just be dependent on how long it's held up at our port. I think our ports are doing better than yours at the moment. Yeah, I know it's still pain.
Yep, and the forklift as well. That is
Oh my God.
no compromise forklift, as far as I understand it.
Oh, it was so good though. Having like when my racking arrived, you know, just like it arrives with two guys and they're like, oh, right. It's like, I've got a forklift. And the look on their face was like, oh, I love you. I love you dearly. I'm just going to sit here, drink another coffee while you offload this in seconds rather than us having to split the pallet and carry each part in one by one. Because that racking is really heavy. Because obviously each shelf can hold 3.6 ton. So the actual steel it's made out of is pretty significant.
That's amazing, yeah. How much did you say? 6 ton?
So each shelf can hold 3.6 ton.
3.6, got it. Okay.
And you can have up to 10 shelves on it.
Damn.
Go as high as you like. So it's like they are ridiculous.
That's amazing.
So we will be getting more racking or a shipping container. There's pros and cons, and it's like I'm just torn between the two at the moment.
Now, did you have all the wood is delivered?
All the wood's delivered, yeah. So we've got 10.5 ton, I think, total.
Right. Yeah, wow. That's crazy.
It was the most I have ever had. Like at my old work, we never used to order that much.
Right.
Again, we didn't have the space for it, really. One of the big issues at the last place I worked, the workshop in total was bigger than this place, probably twice the size. But it was built in 1860, I think.
Okay, yep.
It was the Lipton Tea distribution warehouse, built in 1860.
And there was an iron column every 4 and a bit meters in both directions. Yeah. So it was a fucking pain in the ass to build stuff in. And to try and navigate a forklift with pallets, 8-foot wide pallets, was painful. We've missed one.
Von Cody Schweitz says, getting the tabs off is nice, but strangely, it is satisfying to see smooth the edges in general.
Yes, this is true. Now, the little bit of like the wispy bit of that would sand off very easily. But yes, it is. You might as well do it with this while you've got it on a trimmer.
There. I didn't realize you had the tabs in there. That makes a lot of sense.
It is. I mean, this is the first time I've used tab
on my machine, I think, because as I say, this process is a lot harder if you don't have a table router to do it. It's either really lengthy or you actually end up causing more problems than you've solved. A table router is the way to trim these nicely. There is no doubt. That's cool. That's fine. It just flickered there. I thought we might have lost our camera feed. So now we're going to show you what else this thing does, because that is not worth 700 quid.
So I got a question in chat. It says, is there an automatic process to add the tabs, or do you have to adjust the paths manually?
So like a lot of things, there is a button that says, please add tabs automatically. And it's a bit like adding supports on a 3D printer automatically. It's never a good idea. So I do add them myself. Basically, when I'm doing it, because as I say, I've put screw holes on the sheet. I can just use this camera. So if we look at a piece of scrap that's come off the machine. So this is my pile of the waste wood off the machine. We need to work out how to use this. So where am I looking? There we go. So we can see there's one of the screw holes that we screwed it down by. So I try and put the tabs as close to them as possible. You can sort of see the remnants of the tabs on the inside. So there's a screw, there's the tab. So obviously you're trying to put the tabs as close to where you've put the screws as possible. So it's not clever enough to do that for you. So I say I don't trust machines. So that's one thing this does. However, what makes this much better is the fence. So this is a router fence. I need to slide into this T-track.
That's your friend. Skynet is not your friend.
Yes, Skynet is not your friend. So this is a router fence, which is different to a table saw fence.
Mm-hmm.
So we take out this bit, go and find another bit.
Right. So, Flanethier, Dave is the current CNC, and the next CNC that's coming, that's on the ship right now, is Chaz. So, Chaz and Dave. If you don't know who that is, you can check out Chaz and Dave, London Girls. Is how JR introduced them to me. So, have fun
He's
with
never
that one.
forgiven me.
Never, ever. Sam is the forklift.
Yes.
Samsung Sam.
Yeah. This thing is so funny. I don't know why I'm complaining. I'm the one who tightened it, but that was way too tight, John.
Wow, that's quite the And we got Stu the table saw.
Stu the table saw. Okay. So so that was so tight. So that was so tight that when I did that and it pinged, I completely caught my hand on the desk. So I do feel we need like a boo-boo count of the stream of how many times John bleeds. I mean, honestly, I'm loving being in the workshop. I get to bleed all the time. It's great. Callie wants me to have an accident book. Like, genuinely wants me to have an accident book, and apparently that apparently counted as an accident. It's like, fuck, no way. I'll spend all my day writing a novel and bleeding over a book. It's like, it's not practical, I'm afraid. All right, let's find a different bit. I'd like a bit that doesn't have a guide bearing.
It is not a workshop stream without blood. That is for sure.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It is not a workshop stream without blood. Where would the fun in that be?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the thing. Because I've never had a table router, I don't really have many table router bits. So all my bits have guides on them. This one doesn't. I found one.
Oh, I see.
This is a bit of a random one. So this is zoom. So we're going to use this bit, which is so it's like a this way.
Like a flange.
You can see the shape of it.
Yeah.
So it's for making a V groove in something where the slot at the bottom is wider than the entrance to it. So this doesn't have a guide bearing, so we're going to have to use actually use the router table to do the guide. Which is something I haven't really been able to do before because I didn't have a guide. So
is that for a dovetail?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not a fucking carpenter, mate. I'm really wanting to become one. This is why I bought all these nice tools. It's genuine. Like that isn't me being facetious. I am not a carpenter. I'm a machinist. Okay. You know, I program CNC machines, and there's a big difference between that and being a carpenter. I really want to be a carpenter, though. So Buying that right. So that is too tight. I can't quite get that on. So we need a different. We need a different one. So again, we want to try and have. We want to try and have as small a hole as we can get away with. So that'll be that one. And that's just so that obviously you have a huge hole. The bit of wood that you're putting in could flop into it and stuff. So you just pick the one that's as close as we can get.
That makes sense.
Isn't it? Okay, so that's the insert in. And then what we want to do is, it seems a bit excessive, let's not use it. Okay, so this is a tool that we're going to have to make. I need a bit of wood is fine, but so we need to zero this.
Okay, you could probably make those guides with a 3D printer, right?
Yes, totally good.
If you want to have
right, so that's it zeroed. So I'm going to set the 0. So because we've set the 0 now on this control panel, which you can't see because I'm a derp. So we've set the 0 on this now to 0, so we can exactly set the depth of this groove we want to make. We'll find that other piece of wood that we used before. Okay, dokie, Dr. Johns. Right. So the only thing I'm missing on this at the moment is there should be T-tracks in here, but I ran out of T-track. I have more T-track as well. So this fence is different because it has this gap in it so that the router can actually sit up in between, because you might only want to be cutting half the blade, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
In this case, we don't. We're going to put a groove down the down it. What I haven't worked out is how you. I suppose I should just use a square. I don't have one here. To actually square the top. It doesn't really matter that it's not square. But again, it's how do you accurately measure the distance?
Right.
I mean, a lot of the time when you're setting something up like this, you just use a bit of scrap wood and use a bit of scrap to so because we don't need the gap in our fence, I'm going to close up the gap.
Okay.
We don't want it to get jammed as we're going past.
So those panels you can move pretty far out then, huh?
Yeah, so you could pull them out to there. I mean, that's as big a bit as you're ever going to have. So we're not running the bit inside at the moment. So we want them tight. We want them close together. So yeah, so let's just put it there for the moment. We're not particularly bothered. So these are quite cool. So there's 2 screws on the back here. So you tighten this one first.
Yep.
So you tighten that one first, leave that one loose, and then you can fine adjust with the brass. And then when you're happy, tighten that one down. And that just gives you that kind of fine adjustment, which is quite nice.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't it? Okay, so to work out where to put this, so I'm not going to be standing in the way of it when I'm cutting. Okay, so this is 18mm timber. I'll run it down here. So let's make a roller. Yeah. So let's put this 9mm in. So set 9mm on that. So this is now, we know, sitting 9mm above the table. It's just a nice little bit of accuracy in that.
Yeah. It takes a lot of
Turn
guesswork
it
out,
on.
too.
It does.
That is pretty cool. Oh, I'm glad you asked.
Good.
JREX are the channel currency. We're actually going to be giving some of that away in a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So something
there
occurred
is-
there.
Yeah. Oh,
Just waiting for it to slow down.
Mhm.
Something occurred. Aha. That's what occurred. We broke the bit.
It is toast. Wow.
Yeah. To be honest, I've no idea where I even got that bit. It's been sitting in my drawer for so long. It's probably some really shitty bit. But it worked for a little bit. So you can see it's done a V groove.
Oh, yeah.
Hide that end. So it did a V groove all the way down it. So the problem is, we perhaps 9mm was probably a little bit much for it. Usually, when you're using a router bit, I'm getting blood everywhere. Usually, you would start and step inward with it. But obviously, in this case, you can't, because if you start and go a mil at a time, you end up with a square-sided hole.
Right. Yep.
So you have to go all or nothing. I say that was the only bit I
Right.
had that's got a shape. So we broke the bit.
The shitty bit worked
See
for a little
there.
bit.
It is gone. Yeah, so at the end of the day, this is birch ply. It's pretty heavy duty stuff. I say I have no idea where I got that bit from. It's been languishing in my drawer for an awful long time.
Well,
It was not up to the task.
It's glory in the limelight. It failed.
Yeah. And you can kind of see how shitty it is as well. Question is, where is the rest of it? That is a question I do have.
That is a
Ah,
good question. Yes. Found it.
That's quite hot.
Yeah.
Of course it is. It did a little bit of
Wonder
work
why.
before it broke.
It also burnt some of the wood as it did it. It died doing what it loved, exactly.
It did. Well, it didn't, because this is the first time it's ever been used. So you can see. It'll focus. Pretty shitty metal inside. Just
Oh, yeah.
just twisted it off. I think the other thing is, of course, that was a 1/4-inch bit that I've put on a 2,500 watt 1/2-inch router. This had all the torque. It was always going to win that contest.
Yeah.
So, so yeah. So the bit died. So that is a good lesson in, if you are going to use big machines, you have to have tools that tooling that matches the horsepower.
Which makes
Let's
sense.
see if I can not fuck my hand up this time.
Excellent.
Hot, 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 hot. Cool. Yeah. So I'll need to buy bits for doing that, but yeah. I say obviously this is where did I put those other bits? This is where
All
a
three
bit like
keys.
this is going to come in. I
Oh,
mean, that's the
there you
sort of
go.
bit that this thing is designed to take.
Yeah,
So
that makes a ton of sense.
that sort of lunacy. So yeah. So obviously, if
So
we were going
Paul-
to use that, we'd put that
Paul
collar
says
on.
that all tools need a blood sacrifice. You haven't put enough blood
Yeah.
on the router yet. So.
That's it. So yeah, so that's it. We there's like a proper bit in it. So yeah, so this is a blood sacrifice. I say that was an odd situation, because usually when you're cutting into wood, you you probably don't want to cut that amount out at the same time. But I say,
Right.
because of the shape we were putting in, we had no choice. Because I say, if we'd eased into it like you would perhaps normally, we'd have just cut a square hole.
Right.
So
for something like that, you just have to go slow, right? As you're going through.
for something like that, you just have to not have a shit bit.
Right.
I imagine, if I had to guess, that bit came in I probably inherited it from someone who bought like a set of 10 router bits for 20 quid. So that was like a £2 router bit. Now, when you consider that like router bits like this one are 55, 60 quid each, if you want to get something that's actually going to, and I'd say, if you were putting that bit into a little battery-operated Ryobi, sort of hand router that you bought from B&Q, then, quite potentially it would have been enough.
Makes sense.
But
and you said this was bigger
can't,
than
yeah, you really can't get away with buying like 50p bits and putting them in a very powerful machine. It's just a bad. It's like putting really, really, really cheap tires on a Ferrari.
Yeah.
You can put cheap tires on a car that is not going to do a lot of speed. I'm just going to lower that down below the thing so that because we've got two things happening on this table at once. If we've got a big thing on this, that fence will go away and then the wood will go over the whole thing. So it'll actually run over the top of that plate as well. And vice versa, that fence might have to go away when we're passing a long thing through that one. So these are designed basically to both work together on one table. Obviously, you can only usually use one thing at once, safely anyway. And safety is our priority.
Safety is key.
When other people are here and when I'm doing things live on the internet.
Doing it live.
I don't...
Darsh.
Doing it live.
That's right. Darsh says that when he bought his car, it came with Hifley branded tires. He said they were literally plastic with no grip at all. So pretty useless.
Yeah, cheap tires is like a real false economy.
Yeah.
Definitely is. Definitely is. Right, okay. What time are we at?
We are at 2:22. Hour and 30 minutes in.
Hour and 30 minutes. Oh, we're 2:20. Right, yes, sorry. And excellent. Right. We've got plenty of time then to do the sanding station. So, what I would like to build next for my tool wall, just to remind people, this is the tool wall so far. This is not very good. I want to have one for sanders. So let me get what we need to have on this rack. So that is a Merkur. It's not a DeWalt. DeWalt don't make these. Air sander, which is what we primarily use these days. That is a DeWalt electric sander. This is a new box of things. It may have a new sander. So we do have two of those DeWalt sanders, and we've also ordered another of the air sanders as well.
Do you want to get the JREC giveaway going?
Oh yeah, I really should do that. That'll be an amazing idea. Thank you.
You're welcome. Gilet. I'm pretty sure that every box company interprets that as free to play. So you're gonna do some football with it, or throw around.
Yeah. Yes. Or if you put Fraggle tape on it, yeah.
Fraggle tape on it, yeah, exactly.
So we've got a new boy starting on Wednesday. He's actually the other son of our gardener. One of her sons does gardening for us as well. But her other son is coming in on Wednesday as our first sort of workshop monkey.
Awesome.
Which is cool. We've used various workshop monkeys over the years. Who we choose to employ is mainly dictated by who lives local, because we're in that situation where realistically
you only have about a handful.
Yeah, I live in a village of like 300 people. So,
yeah.
So body filler, lots of body filler going to be used. Hopefully, the better we get at things, the less body filler we end up needing to use. This does not have the new sander in, but it does have sanding pads. So, sanding pads, hand sanding pads. What other sanding related things do I have here? Sanding pads, more sanding pads. So what we're doing here, in case anyone's wondering what the fuck I'm doing, I assume you can still hear me in here. What I'm doing is finding everything I have here that is related to sanding.
Kind of breaking up.
Because we're going to create a thing to put on the tool wall for sanders and sanding. More sanding pads, all the sanding
stuff.
So
he's back.
Yeah, so many fucking sanding pads, I'm telling you. So I say this is an air sander. We only ever had one of these. These are so good. They're so much more powerful than the mains powered ones. They're also much slimmer. Kind of see the two side by side. Mm-hmm. When you consider the air sander has a bigger disc on it, but look how small it is compared to the power. I say the air sander has a bigger disc. It's ridiculous. The air sanders are more expensive, but not by a huge amount. The only issue with them is they take a ridiculous amount of air. So they take 19 cubic feet per minute, which is not a number I understand at all because it's American and it's the freedom volume, freedom flow rate. But that's what all tools are spec'd in. So interestingly, I bet Gertie has cubic feet per minute on it because it was built in 1956, which is the time period in history where it's acceptable to use these kind of fucking units.
There you go.
Before we knew better.
We figured out a better way.
Yeah, I wonder if it's got it written on it. Let's see. Lots of really interesting information that I don't understand.
Flanethier asks, do you use vacuum system for the dust?
Yes, so we do have. So there's a bag hiding over there. That's one of the CNCs. There's another one coming as well. There is an extract pipe on that table saw. It's on the list of things to hook up. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do the dust extract for this workshop yet. A lot of it has to do with how I end up getting rid of said dust. At the moment, I'm not sure how it's leaving the premises. If we do end up it going into a skip, what I might do is talk to the skip company and see if they mind me drilling a hole in the side of their skip. And being able to put a receiver pipe straight into the skip so the dust extracts are actually blowing into a skip. I don't know whether they will or let me or not, so we'll see.
What's a
So,
is a skip like a dumpster, or what is a skip?
yes, a skip. I don't know. What's a dumpster? Is it like a skip? Yes, I think so. It's
so
a large
dumpster is a
metal
big
thing
open,
that you put
big
rubbish in.
metal container for refuse.
Yes, yes. They come from the size of a car to the size of a shipping container for us.
Right. Yep.
Just however big you want one. I would have liked one of the kind of wheel around bins, like one of those really big bins you get in like for businesses in the city, but they don't come out as far as here to collect them. So it's a skip or fuck all. Looks like we're going to do it with 3 skips: one for general waste, one for recycling, and one for wood waste. Because obviously wood waste is much cheaper to get rid of. It's like £5 a ton or something. Because it's actually worth money. They send it to power stations and we burn it and make electricity out of it. So you're really just paying for the fuel it takes to come and pick it up. So these are all sanding pads of various grits. So we have 80 grit, 150 mil, which is for the Merca. That is 240s, 8 more 80s, 180s. Ooh, 1,000. 1,000, no, 500s. And thousands. So 1,000 grit, the 500 and the 1,000 grit, that's when we're getting to paint. That's what we're going to be using between coats of paint. You wouldn't use that on wood. It wouldn't really do anything. So that's cool. So, we've got some 320s. So we've got 80s, 180s, 240s, 360s, more 80s. Right, okay. So we need... So what I want this ducket to have is like this one, room for the actual sanders, so 2 air sanders. I don't think we'll ever end up with 3. So yeah, so as I was saying, they take so much air to run this. I had 2 what you would consider a sort of like a home garage compressors attached together to run one of these. And they were running constantly to run one of these. That's what we're hoping to get out of Gertie. Gertie is old, but look at the size of those fucking cylinders. I mean, yes. So that is going to. So this is the thing. Gertie isn't necessarily going to be able to produce high pressure very quickly, because obviously the higher the pressure gets, the more it has to work. But its flow rate, because of how big those piston heads are, will be astonishing. So this is what we're really hoping from her, is that she'll be able to run each one of those cylinders, those 3 cylinders, could run an air sander, I think, depending on how fast she runs. But that's the hope. The cylinders are massive. So it's flow rather than pressure. This isn't a very high pressure tool. I think it runs at 90 PSI. So it's not high. You know, that yellow compressor, it's defaulted to 170. So it's charging that to the lines to 170 in this building. So it's only going to run off 90 PSI, but just a colossal flow rate. So yeah, so hopefully we can run 3 sanders maybe. So should we make the tool holder hold 3? We've got 2. Yeah, let's make it hold 3. So we want it to hold 3 of this sander. We'll do a separate one for the electric DeWalt ones, because they take a different size sanding disc. So let's have a display just for the just for these 150 mil pads. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different grits. So let's say we have another couple at some point. So 8 different ducats. These things come in a fair wadge. So we want to be able to hold a whole box worth at once. I don't just want a shelf that they go on. I'd like to have it so there's like a cutout, so you put your finger in, get one, and then take it out the top, so they don't. They're not going to fall. Well, I suppose you don't want to pull the whole stack out, so like a little finger hole for that. So we'll need to measure how fat that stack is. So let's say 100 mil for each shelf. So 800 mil shelves. And then 3 ducats for sanders, which want to be 150 mil high. But they can be the same ducat. They can just sit on the shelf and you just grab them out by the handle. So it's a pretty simple design. Perhaps we should do the other one as well and have it as one unit.
For the electric?
Yeah, so we've got it as one big unit. Yeah, let's do that. Right, okay. So we need to move to a computer. Thank goodness I've got SketchUp here.
Nice. And Dio Sorkin, host 7s, and welcome.
So I'm not going to be able to see my OBS window while I'm drawing. So you're going to have to be all the chat for me.
Alrighty.
Oh
I'm
dear,
usually so
my
verbose
computer
too.
is not liking doing all of this at once. It really isn't. Oh dear. Right, so we get tape measure. So obviously we want these shelves to be wider than 150 mil, but not too much wider. 170 will be fine. And then depth-wise, I'm going to go with 180, and I'll explain why in a minute. How thick do we need these shelves to be? I mean, realistically, for sandpaper, 6 mil. I do have a strip of 12. No, we'll do 6 mil. So I've got some 6 mil as well. That's fine. So that's a shelf. So I said we're going to put these at 100 mil increments.
Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal.
Yeah.
Now, what can you get with your J-Rex?
Just
The
good
cool
question.
stuff? Yeah.
Just cool stuff.
Do you have anything? Yeah, do you have anything? Do you have anything set up, or is it? Because I know we went through the old CIA, the old CitizenCon stuff. We had some.
Yeah, so
signs,
the J-Rex at the moment, we're still waiting. I'm not complaining. This is not me moaning. Don't want you to think I moan about CIG. But we are still waiting for sign off on the new artwork.
Okay.
Which is a bit annoying. So at the moment we have a couple of a poster set and personalized boxes. I think that's all we've got at the moment. But
Okay.
there is a lot coming, so yeah, worth waiting for. So,
And you get J-Rex every time you purchase a product through
yes,
jrfabrication.co.uk.
yes, you do. You do indeed.
Have that set up. Yes. There you go.
Thank you, Drew.
You're welcome.
Drew, keeping me honest there.
Trying.
Right.
So the design for this is going to be more vertical then?
Yes, so there'll be sanders at the top, and then a little shelf for each little sandy pad.
It's amazing. Flan just shared a photo of his cadre of JRDF boxes, all customized.
Yes. Customized, of course. Yes, he has a lot of customized boxes.
Mm-hmm. That is super cool.
We do them quite often as well. It's quite cool. I think a lot of people on the Carrack have certainly used it to have their ship name put on it. Obviously, since ship names have become a thing, which is super awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Some really cool names for ships out there.
There really is.
We played a bit of Star Citizen, didn't we?
We did.
Well,
it was quite a bit of fun.
Minute, but it was.
Yeah.
It was. I found it a little buggy to start with. I think we were just a bit. We actually got a 30k for the first time in God knows
quite a while. Yeah, but I thought the recovery from that was pretty good.
It was. It was amazing.
Kind of got reset. Kept all your stuff. Didn't have to worry about the ship. And then once we got going, it was a blast.
Yeah, no complaints on the on that front.
And you're going to carve all of this out of wood, or are you going to use some shelving that you have lying around?
We are going to carve this on the CNC. Because I am that lazy. If I was a carpenter, I would just make this on a table saw. But I can't be fucked. So I'm just going to do it on a CNC machine. Because I am that much of a cheater.
Well, like you said, you're not a carpenter. You're a
exactly
tool programmer, toolpath programmer, something like that.
Yes,
that's very cool. I really enjoy the fact that you can make something that's exactly customized to what you need it for, versus getting some off the shelf shelves. It's like it's great, but this is kind of specific for your use case.
There is also the thing that it's a little bit of a thing. You're not allowed to have bought furniture in a woodworking shop. There's like a law about that. If another woodworker came in, it's like, oh, you bought this? It's like, what are you doing?
That's weird.
You mean you can't even make your own stuff? It's like, oh, okay. So we've just widened those slots by 0.5 mil, just so we're not having to use a hammer to get them in.
Makes sense.
We got our little ducats. And then I say, I really kind of fancy having this. I've got to be slightly conscious of how I'm going to build this.
Are you saying like a little holder for the discs, right?
Yeah, so like it would have.
So Flanathier asks, so why didn't you build your own racking?
Insurance. Basically. No, like genuinely. So there are some things that would. I'm not an idiot. There are some things that would genuinely cost more for me to make than it would be to buy. So that racking, all of that racking, which has a ability to hold up to about 18 ton of material, only cost me 800 quid. And there is no way I could have fabricated that amount of stuff for 800 quid. Plus the fact that it is a off-the-shelf product, therefore has certification to hold that amount of wood. So if it falls the
Right.
fuck over, I can sue someone for it. Not that I'm a litigious person, but from an insurance point of view, it would be a crazy. Oh, straight. So yes, that is why I will buy some things. In the same way that I bought a CNC, I was genuinely musing over whether to. It's just not straight at all. Actually musing over whether I was going to build a CNC. But in the end, the job that we've ended up getting this year will not allow us to have the time to build one. So. Too busies.
It is a good point, though, Flanathier. Some things aren't worth it.
Oh, absolutely. I accept the criticism. So I'm thinking something like that on each shelf. Is that overkill? Is there a point to that?
That's kind of my question.
I think that'll just be annoying. Things are not going to fall off the fucking shelf. It's fine.
Yeah.
It is fine. Okay, so that's that one.
Spurious asks, how could you build a CNC without a CNC?
Well, interestingly, I couldn't actually use the CNC to build another one of itself. Annoyingly, the biggest issue with trying to build a CNC from scratch is that ideally you need a metalworking mill that has a tape, like a really long table on it. Because that's what you need to get, to actually bed the rails in properly. So yeah, it's unfortunately it requires a metalworking mill that I do not have.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Not saying I wouldn't like one.
Yeah, of course. We did print a forklift plan. I was at CitizenCon in Austin.
Yes, we have printed a little forklift. That is very true. Okie dokie. Obviously, these are ludicrously robust, but
Yeah, I was gonna say this is gonna be pretty good shelving.
yes.
a little overkill for some sandpaper.
Yes, yes, it is. But these are little ducats that are going to sit here for an awfully long time, so it's fine.
Although I do find it fascinating that you can 3D print parts for your 3D printer, which I find fascinating. Obviously not with the Form Labs, but a lot of these
you
DIY
say that.
home systems.
You can there are tools like cleaning tools and maintenance tools that Form Labs send you files for to print.
Cool. That's pretty neat.
On the Form 3. There are. Yeah,
that is cool. Huh. Tim the Toolman Taylor. That's right. Mine says you're the Scottish version of Tim the Toolman Taylor. You know who that is.
I don't know who Tim the Toolman Taylor is. I'm going to take that as a compliment.
I don't know how I'd take that. He did enjoy his tools. I had more power. Oh.
See, if we'd built our, we could have made this relatively easily on the table router and or table saw if we had have built the sledge. So to do these like grooves for the shelves, that's what you need a sledge for. Because if you try and use a fence, it's so far away from the fence it will twist, and then it'll snag the blade, and you'll die.
Gotcha. Yep.
Like it will literally smack you. You are the risk of it smacking you in the face. And that is, I have been given a black eye by a piece of wood coming off a table saw before.
Oof.
It was one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. It's one of those things that, like, okay, it hit me. It didn't hit me actually that hard. It gave me a black eye. That was all. But you know when that something like that happens, and you're like, "Have I just blinded myself?" That moment before you feel pain.
Yeah.
When you're just like, it's instant adrenaline, and it's just like, holy shit, what have I just done to myself? It's like, I could open my eye. Okay, I can see out my eye. That's cool. I've not blinded myself. I had a fucking instant headache. And it's just like, you sort of check yourself for blood then. It's just like, no, a little bit of blood, fine. You look in the mirror, it's like, no, you see where it hit me. It's like, I'm good.
Not so much here.
And then the adrenaline starts to subside.
Right here. Yeah, and then the pain, kicks in. You're like, ah.
Yeah. Now, one thing to think about here is, do we want to mark on the shelves what the grit is? Because if we've got a, if we've say got a sanding disc in here, so it would be 62.5. So that's the size of, I think. Oh no. So this is for the 150s, isn't it? So this isn't 125. So it's just 70. This is for our. So for this, so that's where the sanding pad's going to sit. We could actually write at the corners what the grit is, which could be quite fancy.
Daughter says you need a label maker.
We could just write on it, and that's the thing. If we carve it in, it's that forever.
There forever.
That's my only worry. So I think that's fine. I think that will do us. Now, do we want to try and make this both of them? Was our other question.
What do you mean, both of them?
Make this both.
Oh, for the electric as well?
For the both types of sanders.
Yeah.
Or do we want to make a separate one for that one? Basically, it's another ducat with different shelves at different heights. The issue comes that we can't put a groove on both sides of this bit of wood with the CNC.
Right. I see.
So it's easier to make two of them, and all you're actually losing is one little strip of wood. So let's do two separate ones.
Sounds like a plan.
Have another one.
Boop.
So let me just get the electrical sander. So obviously the electrical sander is of a different size. So if we made
The raffle
so
is
really it's good.
closed.
Oh, I will pull that in a second then. These shelves will need to be 50 mil taller.
Would you be able to group all those three up and be able to move them all at once, or do you have to move them individually?
No, I could move that. It just they needed to be moved by a different amount.
Mm-hmm.
So one needed to come down by 50, one by 100. But yes, no, I could have moved them all
Gotcha.
at once. So we probably don't need to make it narrower, really. How deep did we do this? 75. If the shelf's 175, yeah, that'll take that sander quite nicely. I think it probably would be quite cool to have it slightly
Hello,
different
Wyborg.
size.
We are making
Hello.
sanding shelves. So shelves, I don't see it here, but there's a whole new JRDF wall, making tool holders and shelving. And so this is a bespoke piece for the two types of sanders JR has in the shop. The left one is for the air sanders, and the right one is for the electric sanders.
Okay, so that one's a bit slightly narrower unit. Now, do we need all of these? All of the same ducats? Might keep this little shelf here for pad savers. Yeah, keep that as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So happy with those. So we've used 18 mil wood and 6 mil wood. The reason I'm using 18 is that I've got a part sheet on the machine. I could have got away with 12. Do not get me wrong. I could have got away with 12. I've just got a part scrap sheet left, so just seems sensible to use it up. So what we need to do is turn these into tool paths. So first thing we need is a sheet of wood. It's a sheet of wood. I'm just going to turn the heater on. It's getting cold. It's quite snowy here today.
Indeed. It's pretty nice out today. You get it sunny, but cool.
Yeah.
And Flan did mention the power cords for the electric.
Yeah, so I tend to wrap the power cords on the electric one are quite nice because just really tidy this up. They wrap around its dust bag quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't see me. So they wrap around its dust bag quite nicely, so they'll just sit on the shelf like that. Yeah, be quite happy like that. Quite handy that they have that.
Not bad, not
pull
bad.
the raffle while I'm on the screen. Da-da-da-da-da.
Dun, dun, dun.
Spurious ECG.
Spurious. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Let's run another. Boom.
All right.
If you can send me your just whisper on me on Twitch what your first and second name is that you opened your JRDF account. It's the easiest way for me to find you.
Mhm.
Be amazing, thank you. Or message me on Discord, whatever you want to do. So, I'm going to take these bits of wood. So bigger than I realized.
Now you're just laying out the side of the CNC, right?
Yes. Hoping that I've actually got room on this for scrap, partly used piece. I had to cut something out right in one. So I'm not particularly worried. I will have to, because we're getting them really close together, I will have to put screws into these. I don't give a fuck. This is for a fucking tool holder. It doesn't matter it's got screw holes in it because I'm not going to be fillering it. So we don't need to go down the whole tabs route for, for doing this because we don't care. I mean, they're quite subtle holes. You don't really notice them. It's just obviously if you're going to do a paint finish on them, fucking knows.
Makes sense, yeah. Now, because
still
those are
have
different
bits of this wood
thicknesses,
left. No, these are the 218s.
I see. Okay.
So these ones are all the 6 mils. We'll have to put that on a different sheet. Now I've got some 6 mil offcuts here. I ended up on the Hublot job.
Hublot.
I ended up with the Hublot. I ended up with about 30 pieces of 6 mil, that sort of size. So I've kept them all, obviously, because I'm from Yorkshire, so I refuse to throw any fucking thing away. 98. So I measure it, make that sheet. Big it is.
We are at I don't know how to say this. 2000, 2000 UTC. It's 3 o'clock. 2 hours.
Nine of each. Oh, we'll do 3 of each on the sheet.
2000. Yep. 2000 o'clock.
2000 o'clock. Yeah, that's what it is.
Ooh.
Again, there are algorithms to do this sort of shit for you. I don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if we do 3 of those, we'll have all of our shelves. Just use up 3 of my scrappy bits of 6mm. So that's cool. So we just need to do some quick toolpathing on this. So it's unique. So we need to create a path for this and create a path for that. So from a 2D point of view, these are the 2 things we need to actually be doing stuff with. We need to make that bigger because we don't, when we're doing a what's called a pocket, we don't want to have the edge of the pocket to the edge of the thing. We want it to overcut so that you get a nice surface finish. Overcut those by a bit, and then we'll leave the bottom shape the correct size. That's each of our different designed pieces.
It's interesting.
You'll kind of see what I mean when we get it into the next program. It will all make sense. It's funny, I was having a conversation with someone who was like, yeah, you should train other people to do all this. It's just like, I don't know where I'd start. I've literally been doing this bit of my job, toolpathing, machining, for over a decade now. It's just like,
Wow.
I fucking don't know where I'd start. I really don't. Like, my first step would be like, right, get a PC, put SketchUp on it, now use it for 10 years. It's just like, it's how I did. It's how I did it. I think that's the problem. When you're self-taught, it's really difficult to know how to teach someone else because it's not how you were taught.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. I'm not a teacher. Which I'm aware is unhelpful. I am aware of that. Especially unhelpful when, you know, you have a business that you really want to expand. It's like,
exactly. There's that.
there is that. That is a thing. So my new idea for my first Padawan is Leela. So I managed to find her the best PC ever while we were away this week.
That's awesome.
It's, yeah, I can thoroughly recommend. No, I'm not going to tell everyone where it is because I'm planning to go back to the. That's really harsh, but like, no.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. Basically, it's a warehouse place from one of our country's large tech, like high street tech stores, and it's basically it's like a huge clearance warehouse for their stuff, like fridge. I bought a fridge freezer, so what I went in for was to get a fridge freezer for the workshop. So it's got a big ding in the door. It's obviously been delivered by a pair of apes, and who's thrown it down a staircase or something, or it's been hit by a forklift truck or something. But yes, it's got big dents in it. I don't fucking care. It's a workshop. I'm probably going to give it a dent, so that's fine. But there was a PC in there because they also sell computers, and I'm not kidding you. It was a Intel i7 10700, shitty amount of RAM, only had 16 gig of RAM in it, so we fixed that. But it had a 3070 in it. And I'm not kidding you that I bought the whole PC for about the same price, like the best price online I could find a 3070. It's like, I'm pretty sure that the people in there, just didn't know how to, like, they could barely spell PC. They were not particularly computer literate. It's a store mainly in charge of getting rid of damaged washing machines and stuff. But obviously, the shop still sells PCs. And, so yeah, and we
A win for
benchmarked
you.
it. It's got
And Leela.
yeah. Well, I win for Leela. I mean, it's just like we benchmarked it, and it destroyed my PC. I mean, I'm well overdue for an upgrade, but it's just like, no, I'm not going to rip the card out. I want, if I'm honest, I want a bigger card than 3070. But it's like, no, we'll keep it in that one. It's perfect for her. She's going to university in a year's time, so it'll do her for the start of that. And yeah, 2 hard drives, 500 gig M.2 and a 2 terabyte hard drive. Yeah, it's beast, absolute beast.
That's perfect.
Really pleased with it. And it plays
Hello,
stuff.
Bill.
So, hello. Her last PC was an offcast of mine. This is the thing is I feel very guilty because I was meant to give her my old PC, and that's how we used to do it. I would give her my old PC, but the last 2 old PCs of mine have ended up somewhere else. So. Not
time.
helpful.
And it runs.
Right. I need a flash drive.
Hard drive, I know, right? Who uses this anymore?
As long as it's got an M.2 in it, I don't really mind.
Right. Well, use the drive for cold storage and use your M.2 for operating system and Star Citizen.
That's not appearing. Appear, damn you.
And if you don't know, we do have a raffle for 250 JREX going right now. It is !raffle to enter.
Might have maxed
And
out
you
my
can use the
USB.
JREX for exclusive, awesome JRDF gear on our website.
Oh, that's
Backups and
handy.
storage. Yeah.
Oh, that's really clever. I didn't remember that trick. So you can't see what I'm doing now. It's really
Nope.
handy. Excellent. Because I've got it set up as a SketchUp as a window.
Mhm.
Although I'm exporting in SketchUp, it hasn't brought up the the save box. So you can't see where I'm looking on my PC where I'm saving stuff.
Cool.
It's very handy.
It is.
So 18mm sheet DXF. Fine. And then that one.
So you even you just do a flat plane then for the toolpaths from your 3D model.
At the end of the day, so a CNC machine is what's called a 2.5D machine. So it's halfway between a 2-dimensional thing and a 3-dimensional thing.
Right. Because it can move up and down slightly.
It can move up and down, but it's only ever doing, well, it can do 3-dimensional things, but not, but most of the time you're doing 2D stuff, but just on different levels.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Idiot, John. 1 second. That's properties. Now you can see what I'm doing. There you go. So we brought it into VCarve. We've set up our sheet. So we've said how big it is, how thick it is. And now we're going to start doing some toolpaths on it. So the first toolpath we need to do is some holds to hold it down. I say I'm not caring about doing tabs because I don't. Just going to wallop a few screws in.
I see. So you make the holes in the tool path, so it just does the holes first, and you put screws in it.
Yes, because otherwise I don't know where to put them.
Right. I
So
was wondering about that.
one of the scariest things with the CNC machine, if this bit hits one of these screws, that has fucked the bit because it is running so fast. Even though the bit is carbide and will evaporate the screw, you will blunten it. And you'll shatter the tip off it. So you can get it resharpened, but you'll have to sacrifice however much chipped off. So you might lose 5 mil of your bit. And these bits are a couple of £100 each. So hitting a screw is very expensive.
It's very bad.
So don't hit the screws. Don't hit.
Which, with this set up, then you don't have to worry about that because you know exactly where the two paths are going. That makes sense. Huh. That's pretty neat.
It just saves you a lot of time and worry, basically. So we'll select all the holes. Drill. Yes, I'm going to go through. That's what I want.
Would it behoove you to have the holes like usable, so you could use those to install the shelving?
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. If I wanted to put actual holes through to then put screws through to actually join it together, I could do that. I do that quite a lot. You could use them for multiple purposes. I haven't bothered this time. Right, so now we need to do a pocket. So we're going to do this pocket 6.5 mil deep, which gives us a little bit of, 6.25 mil deep because we've got it on both sides. I'm going to use a downward spiral for it, downward spiral end mill. Select all of our that. So that's a 6.25 mil depth pocket using a 5 mil bit. So the bit is smaller than our path, so that's fine. Boom. Those. And then we're then going to cut out, I think we're going to do 2 tool paths to cut it out because we want to use a down bit and then an up spiral bit for a cleaner cut.
So you're basically building in the tool change for that, right? So you're saying I want to go down this much and this one, and then the rest of the way for the other bit.
Yes. So I'm going to select a down bit. See what else. Fine. To duplicate that. So I'm going to start that tool path at 7 mil down because I'm already 7 mil down, and I'm going to cut through 11.5, which will take me out of the backside of the material. I'm going to choose my 5 mil up bit for that. Outside climb, no tabs, that's fine. Yes, through. And then we're going to do a preview. So that's running. So that has now run a simulation. Oh, it's running a simulation. So that's now a simulation of the toolpath. So if we double click that, we can get rid of that and we can see what it's done.
It's wicked cool.
So that is what we're cutting. Always good to check, because sometimes you'll notice things that either you haven't cut that you were supposed to cut, or it's doing something crazy wrong.
That's pretty cool.
Save these now.
Now, you were saying before that you set your files for the CNC with basically the bit that you would use for it. So would these be two separate files? One would be for the top layer, and
this is 3 separate files because we've got a drill bit, a down spiral bit, and an up spiral bit. Okay, so that's that.
Gotcha.
Right. Okay, so let's do some camera trickery now. I also need to plug the CNC in because I have the table saw plugged in and I only have one bloody socket. Three-phase plugs are really fucking meaty.
Indeed. That is wicked cool, though. Right. And that's
Okay, Dr. Jones.
Dr. Jones. Now that software is
Right.
what is that a specific software bespoke to the CNC machine, or is that something you chose as?
No.
Or that's what you used to use?
It is just a normal. It's a thing called V-carve. You can use it for all sorts of things. You can use it for what can you use it for? Plasma cutters, lasers, all sorts.
Very cool.
That'll do. Turn on the socket, John.
Power done.
They're out.
This is zero. A zeroing or bit change. Bit change.
Yeah. So try and do this so you can see what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I usually just stand right in front of the camera so you can't see anything. So, it's a different collet. What I could really do would actually, because most of the tool paths I'm doing at the moment, I go through phases of what I use, but I'm using just a standard HSS drill bit, but it's obviously it's a lot thinner than the carving bits I'm using. What I could really do is get a drill bit machined that has an 8mm shank on it so that I can use the same collet that I'm using for all the others, and I wouldn't have had to take that collet out, and it would just save me that little bit of time. Because otherwise, whenever I'm doing the tool change, I'm having to change the whole collet out.
Makes sense, yeah.
Which obviously takes longer to do. This is going to be interesting at this angle. Can I do this?
Oh, that's the little block, yep. For the
Set
zeroing.
0. Okay. Set the 0. Ooh. Kick the camera. So, run UDES. They're the actual DXF files you can see on it. So our first, so these are our 3 toolpaths. So that's how I number them. So toolpath 01, and then a 4mm drill.
Drill, got it. Yeah.
It's on my speed settings, but I'm fine with all that for this. I can go to my tool wall to get my screwdriver. How fucking exciting.
That is exciting.
So obviously we're still not running a dust extract on this yet because I have nowhere to plug my dust extract in. It's headphones. This may not be allowed for you.
It is not. You don't hear anything.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Pretty fascinating. It's very similar to a FDM printer.
Yeah, I mean, all 40 mils. I mean, this is the thing. 3D printers, even SLA 3D printers,
Pretty much
it's
the same
still
thing,
inkjet printers. It's all just racks and stepper motors.
Mhm.
Basically, all it all is. Just racks and steppers.
Crazy.
Bigger machines, bigger steppers.
That's it, right?
Obviously, know that I can safely screw down in these places.
Mm-hmm. Finished. Nice.
So I shall be training Harris how to. I want to show it. He's doing an Open University engineering degree at the moment, so he's not an incapable human being. So it's like, okay, I'm going to try and teach him how to use a CNC machine. Since we're going to have two of them very soon, it'd be really handy if he could use it. My plan is to teach him how to use it backwards. And I think that's the most logical thing to do. So his literally first job will be learning how to unscrew things from the bed and take the sheets of wood off. You know, if they've got tabs on them, use the multi-tool to cut the tabs out and then clean the bed ready for the next sheet of wood. And then once he's got the hang of that, and then that's all fine, then we can go, right, okay, you can start doing tool changes. And then actually getting the sheet and putting the sheet on the bed to start with, screwing the sheet down. And then once he's got the hang of that and he watched how a CNC machine works, then you can start teaching him how to actually draw toolpaths. Or no, rather not draw toolpaths. Take a file that has come in from a drawing I have done and make toolpaths for it in VCarve.
Right.
So I know the file is correct. He just has to program the toolpaths. And it's like, well, I think that's a logical way of doing it, because you need to understand how a machine works before you can program it. You know what I mean? It's,
yep, I agree with that 100%.
And then eventually he can actually draw the things to make the toolpaths out of. But I think it's a machine that you should learn back to front.
Makes a lot of sense. Because
whereas I,
not understanding
I unfortunately had to learn it all at the same time. Like, so this is a CNC machine. Make it work. Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. Good luck with that. The laugh was when we first got the CNC machine at C Engineering, it was late. It was already late for the start of a job that we'd bought it for. Yeah. So it was like, I had to learn how to use it over a weekend. And we had to be cutting by the Monday.
Like, holy cow.
Shit. No pressure.
Yeah.
Don't break anything.
No
Don't.
Yeah, so Darj was saying it's like a 3D printer that's in negative is your carving.
Yeah, so this is a Well, it does have definition, doesn't it? So this is a.
Mhm.
Oh God, I don't know what they're called.
Well,
A
3D
3D
printing is
printer
additive
is like
manufacturing.
additive manufacturing. That's
Right.
yes, because you're adding things together to make a thing.
To make a thing versus removing things.
Yes, which has a similar name that I can't remember.
Subtractive.
Subtractive.
Yep.
Thank you.
There we go. Thanks, Darge.
Thank you, Dodge. So interestingly, I still prefer subtractive.
Interest. Ah, that is quite interesting.
Considering we have 9 3D printers, I still prefer
I know, right?
subtractive manufacturing.
But now 2 CNCs.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. Everything in this workshop is subtractive. Everything back at the ranch
additive.
is is additive. So
That's pretty cool to think
quite
about.
a cool
actually.
way of looking at it. Actually.
Fun fact: Source Engine used subtractive modeling for level geometry. That's pretty cool. We do have the JREC giveaway is complete. If you'd like to do that.
So, yes, they're both very useful. 3D printers and CNCs are very useful. I don't know what I'd do without. Well, we wouldn't have a business without the CNC machine. Dave has done some stellar work for us over the years. So Dave didn't make the Raven, and didn't make the GSS unit, but everything else we have made, this machine made. So those 2 projects I did on a CNC called Jeff, which was at my old work. Yeah. Very different, well, not a very different machine, very similar machine to this. But when it was really nice because I'd had years of experience on Jeff. So when I got to buy my own, I knew exactly what I wanted. I knew what size I wanted it to be. I knew, because like we use Jeff to do a lot of sign making and stuff. And the thing with sign making is that you need to use plastics come in 3 meter by 2 meter sheets. So he was a 3 meter by 2 meter CNC machine. It was massive. But when you're doing wood carving, sheets don't come that big. You actually get 10-foot sheets, but I don't tend to use them because they're an absolute fortune. It's easier just to use 2 bits of wood. For the extra 2 foot, it is twice the price. It's ridiculous because they're specialist. But I definitely wanted a really high Z axis. That's what this machine has. Those of you, if you've seen sort of like similar CNCs, you'll notice that the height that this machine can go is massive compared to most machines. Most of them can literally just cut maybe a 24 mil panel. That's what they're designed to do. This can cut 400 mil.
Oh wow!
It is, that bridge is just raised up and up and up. It's yeah, and that's so that we can do carving like the dragonfly, like the kraken, all that. So Dave made the kraken and the dragonfly, and all of that good stuff.
That's awesome.
That's it. Now we've got Chaz on his way.
Yeah. Good stuff. And if you got a worker to help, run the thing, it'd be even more efficient.
Yes, indeed. I obviously am a complete control freak, so that's always the thing that I have to get over.
Yeah.
So while that's cutting, I always find this quite fun to watch. Where's mobile cam? Oh, that's mobile cam. Dumbass. So while that's running, I just thought it'd be interesting to talk about what is next for the workshop. So that over there is currently in my desk. Look, you can see the stream running. Oh, look.
Hi,
Now,
everybody.
this is a little bit of a... Yes. There he is on my screen. This is obviously quite a sad little PC desk. This is not a particularly functional office. So eventually, in this space above the paint room, I want to build an office.
Mm-hmm.
So you obviously have to build a custom mezzanine steel structure to be able to do it, and then basically have a staircase that goes up this back wall, so that it's over the top of Gertie and the fire door. Then you'll get in through that end, and there'll be office space above the whole of the paint shop.
Cool.
And that'll give us a couple of offices, a proper kitchen, like a meeting room type space, loads of space for that kind of stuff. And then what else is happening? More racking. So all of this wall here, basically from the heater all the way to that far corner, will be floor to ceiling racking. So more of this racking.
Like that. Right.
And that's about it, actually, for inside the workshop.
That's awesome.
So I know it's quite
Coming
a lot.
along nicely.
It's quite a lot of. Yeah. The only other thing that needs to happen is the containers. And
Okay.
the containers will go outside. I will move my metalworking into the containers because a combination of metalworking and woodworking is never a good idea because of, I don't know, sawdust and fire and things.
Yeah. Agreed.
I'd really like a plasma table, a CNC plasma table, which is the worst thing in the world to have near wood because it's just a big fire machine. So that really wants to be in a container. I also could do with some more containers, room for storage. It's things like there's a lot of stuff we've built that's currently installed in a particular building that isn't necessarily going in a new building. So there's a lot of that will need stored. And yes, okay, I want more racking, but there's some stuff that you just are like, I'm not going to need to see this for 2 years. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it can just go away and not get dusty. It's in there. I know where it is, but I don't need easy access to it. There's other stuff like Hublot that we need to get access at least once a year, if not more. So that can live on racking, so that's accessible, more easily, or stuff that we might use once or twice a year. So, but the issue we've got with containers is that containers are fairly cheap at the moment because there's loads of empty ones here and there shouldn't be. They're going to go at the back of the workshop, out with this back wall, and we can fit about 6 40-foot containers in our bit of yard at the back. But to get all 6 in, it'll be 3 and then another 3 on top. We're going to have a crane to put them in.
I see.
So crane hires a couple of £1,000 a day. So realistically, I want to put them all in at once. So all of a sudden, we need to buy 3 containers and hire a fucking crane. So that's now a £10,000 thing, So I kind of want to do it all at once, and I want to get them set so that I can knock a few containers into each other, so I can have a double 40-foot container as a metal workshop. Because there's other metalwork tools I want to get. I really want to get a lathe. I really want to get a mill, like proper nice old ones, Bridgeport maybe. Yeah.
Hi, Kyles. And Spurious asks, he doesn't even want to know how much the heating costs for that, but you have that chunky heater, right? So.
Yeah, well, do you know, fascinatingly, heating this space, so we use, our heater is this thing. Yeah, man. There's our heater. I'm just to try and need to find a bit of fabric to show, just to try and like. You guys can't really sort of appreciate the airflow out of this thing.
Oh, jeez.
It's quite impressive. Well, put it this way: I love the fact that it makes the flag wave over there.
That's funny.
Yeah, it sort of has this nice subtle flag waving over that side. But yeah, the that heater is significant, and that's
JL
blowing
might be a
out to
dickhead,
both
but apparently
sides.
he's
So it's
some
got
great friends.
Fire Em,
it's on
thanks for
around this
subscription.
side as well. Oh, thank you very much. Who was that?
smokes. That's a chunk heater.
so-
Holy smokes.
It's a chunky heater, and it's heating this workshop to a toasty amount. Like it's -3 at the moment outside, and snow on the ground. I'll be taking my fleece off in a minute because it's getting warm in here. How much does it cost? I have no idea. Right? I literally have no idea. So it runs off kerosene. There is a 2,000-liter kerosene tank out the back. What we did when we took over the lease is we put a cable tie on it. It's got a level on the side, like a tube, so you can see where the level is. It's about a third full, and we just put a cable tie on it. And then when we eventually leave in however many years' time, we'll just top it up to the same level, so that we've left the building with as much fuel as there was in it. It hasn't moved yet. It's still at exactly the same level that it was when we first moved it. And we've been here 3 months over winter. I've not been here a huge amount, but I was expecting to see it move, I don't know, 5 mil, a centimeter. I mean, it's a really big tank, so I mean, that amount over that area is a lot of fuel. But genuinely, there's enough fuel in this thing for 3 years, maybe. And realistically, kerosene's about £1 a litre. So it's a hell of a lot cheaper heating this place than heating my house. Let's put it that way. This is not an efficient way of heating. This is the thing. Interestingly, space heaters like this are hugely efficient ways of heating a space. If you could actually put one of these in your house, it would be amazingly efficient because it's not heating water and then pumping around and radiating it through there. It's literally got a hot box and it's firing air over it with a really big fan. I suppose it's using a bit of electricity as well, fans. And that's just heat going into the space as hot air. Mm-hmm. So it's really efficient. That heat exchange is very, very efficient. So I'm really pleased with it. When I can't afford my heating bills at the house, I'll just be coming and living here. The one thing that I am really looking at, and I want to see if I can. I've no idea how much they cost. I'll need to get a grant for it. It's these little miniature combined heat and power plants that run off wood chips. So that would be a nice option. So I say by the end of this year, we'll probably have 3 or 4 ton of scrap wood. All birch ply. So I'd really like to recycle that. And if we could turn it into worst case scenario, I want to use it to heat our house. So put a wood chip boiler in so we can run our house over the winter. In theory, we should produce enough scrap wood at JRDF if we're doing events and installs to heat our house over the winter, which would save us thousands of it. And even better would be to use a combined heat and power plant to actually make electricity out of it as well. That would be fucking amazing. But for all I know, those CHP plants are like 50 grand. So, no.
Yeah, that is a really cool process, though. I remember you were.
It is. I mean, the thing is, this stuff is amazing. There's a lot of heat capacity in birch ply. That stack will be massive by the end of it. I mean, it's like we're going to produce so much waste wood,
And there's
The
not
trick
much else
is
you can
how to
do.
chip. Nah. The trick is how we chip it down.
Mhm.
Trying to find a pallet shredder for not £1
Oh,
million,
yeah, right.
because that's really what you need for for cutting this stuff up is a pallet shredder. Because normal wood chippers are designed for like round things, tree-like things. So it's really difficult to put a sheet of wood into one.
I do a bit of heating of my apartment with my computer. Throw on some Star Citizen and kicks out some good heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this PC is going to heat this workshop. It's really funny. So I've got I have the like temperature gauge LCD on the NZXT Kraken, and it's really funny because I turned it on today and it was just reading 0. It's like, oh,
Oh, no.
shit! I should probably be careful with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be bad.
That would be bad. I'm hoping they put some form of antifreeze in the liquid. I mean, the thing is, it's obviously nowhere near the condensation point because the room was that cold as well. So,
Yeah. Funny.
but yeah, it was below freezing in the workshop this morning.
Compared to a purely electric resistive heater, because it's phase change. Reverse air count. I don't know what any of these words are. Darge, sorry. I know what phase change is. And so basically, with this carving, you're carving it twice because you want to get the nice
So this
the
bit
nice
that we're
edge on the
doing
bottom.
now, yeah. So this bit we're doing now is it's doing all the pockets for where the shelves slide in and where the two bits of wood join together and all that kind of stuff. And then once it's done that, it'll start going round the outside of it, and that's where it will go down so far with one bit, and then we'll change the tool and we'll go all the way through. It won't redo this this pocket.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
I'm
so while it's
curious
doing
why.
that, let's
Go ahead. No, I was curious
No,
why
no,
it
go on.
moves. Like it's kind of like when it's doing these, where it moves a little bit and then stops and moves a little bit and stops. But it seems like it's just kind of carving out, a channel.
Yeah, so it's doing a recessed lip at the back for the back panel and the shelf thing all in one pass, basically. So it's almost
Okay.
like a cone shape it's cutting.
I see. Huh. That's interesting. Very cool.
So yeah, so we should chat some Star Citizen while this is going on.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So refueling. Excited for refueling?
I am actually quite a bit. There's been a few times where I've been stranded, and can't get anywhere, and it's like, man, I have no option. So it'd be kind of nice to have a gameplay loop where you can just hire somebody and they can go and get you some fuel. And it looks fairly robust as far as the increase and things like that, like being able to put the different fuels in there into different tanks and being able to move things around. I think that looks really cool.
It does look really
What do you
cool,
think?
and I think, I think it's obviously it'll be a bit more of a loop once we're in Pyro, but I do think that we're going to find, like a lot of things, probably first implementation is going to be CIG will force us to have to use it a lot.
Yep.
Which I know it's a bit like when quantum interdiction came in and we were being interdicted every 13 seconds. It's like, we are testing this game. When there's a new feature, they are allowed, I will let them off going, we're going to increase the necessity for this mechanic by a factor of 5 or 3 or whatever, so that you're all having to fucking test it. And then we will back the fuck off and it'll be a lesser thing or it'll be something that you already have in certain situations. But at the end of the day, we are testing the game. That's an important, step. So I think first implementation, our fuel economy for our ships is going to be appalling. Just you can't fly fucking anywhere without running out of fuel.
Right.
I say fair enough. I have no issue with that. I genuinely think, especially when we're talking about heavy cargo, because obviously cargo mechanic coming in sort of same time. If I've gone down with Freelancer Max or something down to Microtech and filled it with stuff, I want it to be close to the fucking wire to get back into space on hydrogen fuel. I expect to have to go, okay, I'm going to need some fuel now. When I go up there.
I got to space.
Thank fuck.
No, I agree with that too. I think that well, I mean, it's all a balance thing, but to be able to integrate that with hauling and with cargo and fuel usage, like that's the real crux of hauling, right? It's going to ways to be efficient on it and things like that. So that's really cool.
And I think it's going to be cool for stuff like Xenothreat to a degree. Before we have our pocket carriers and carriers, if we want to get fighters from one side of the the Stanton system to the other, taking a group of fighters and the Starfarer to go one side to the other to go back people up and stuff, because they're going to have to refuel on the way. It's that's really cool.
That is.
And I wonder how it's going to work from a point of view of when we're quantum traveling now. Let's take that as an example. Say, right, we're going to take a fleet of Gladii to Xenothreat, right? And we're the arse end of the system or whatever. There's 5 Gladiuses and a Starfarer. We group together and we set our quantum waypoints so that we are jumping together.
Yep.
Presumably at the moment, we can't go to Xenothreat because we don't have enough fuel. So I'm really hoping there's a new mechanic, which is you can go there and you have to basically go, you do realize you're going to run out of fuel before you get there.
Right.
So it's a case of you can go, yes, I know that. It's okay. I'm bringing fuel with me. We still want to go direct there instead of having to go on instead of having to find a waypoint on our way. It's no, I do want to go in that direction. And then when the first ship runs out of quantum, it drops everyone out.
Yep. That's cool. That would be really cool.
Because I think that's going to have to happen. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, you are literally going to have to go to a Mike L1 or something. Well, that's got fuel anyway. So what's the point of doing that? Because that's the other thing. It's well, if you're trying to get across the Stanton system in a Pisces or whatever, or an Arrow, if you're going to say, well, it's okay, I'm just going to quantum as far as I can, and then I'm going to call a fuel truck, well, then you need to be able to drop out of quantum in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'll be interested to see whether they've thought of that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I mean, it just opens
I
up so many
wonder-
possibilities. Like, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And hi, Madness. Welcome.
Hello, Madness. How are you? I think it'll be interesting. Perhaps they should turn off refueling at all but the main stations,
Yeah.
just to force us to do some like Starfarer refueling for a bit. They could have a thing.
Right.
They could have a fuel blockade and say there's a reason, some excuse, whatever. Everyone's got to use Starfarers to refuel.
He says it
It's
looks
the
like
red
you're
glow
about to
sticks.
send out the X-Wings.
Yeah. It just RTX voice blows my fucking mind. It really does.
insane.
It is so loud in here. That machine is 125 decibels. We've measured it. When it's cutting wood, it is horrendously loud in here, and you can't tell. It's just it blows my mind. I don't get how it works. I do get how it works. Just really fucking clever.
Magic.
It really is.
It's amazing.
It's fucking
like,
wizardry.
Just hands down. It is wizardry. I am thoroughly impressed. And I mean, you've obviously found the limits of the technology, but those limits are pretty freaking high.
Yeah, if I get really
crazy.
close to it and talk, I really start to cut out. But I mean, the volume of this thing is just so high, I'm not surprised. Really not surprised. What were we saying? I thought of you, Madness, when we were playing Star Citizen last night. What were we doing? Oh yes, we were admiring how the Star Citizen shoe technology works with different materials. That some bits stretch on the shoe and some bits don't because they're made of hard materials, and it all like the hard shader mechanic. And we're just thinking, all that's going on in Star Citizen. I was literally standing there in the Pembroke Armour, and all of the rest of us were like standing around me, looking at my shoes, walking. It's just like, Star Citizen.
Only Star Citizen
would have that level of shoe tech. It just, it really amused me. Really amused me.
That's pretty funny.
I need to talk to you, Madness, about a potential project. We've been asked. I can say this vaguely enough. We've been asked to do some full-size character models for a non-Star Citizen game, and it's not a sci-fi game. It's like set in a sort of relatively fantasy world, but sort of just, I'm going to say, historical. In this like 18th century type timescape. So one of the things we'll be doing obviously proper clothing, but it's like, how the fuck do we do custom shoes? Because it's like, are there people that make like bear in mind this is to go on models. It's a bit like a sort of film and TV costume. Doesn't need to be comfortable or practical or actually hold together, because no one's actually ever going to walk in them. It's going to sit statically on a model, but they still need to be actual shoes. So need to have a word with you at some point about how we'd go about doing it. It's quite interesting. I shall send you the pictures of these two pairs of shoes. One's a very strappy, the last has like a weird strappy sandally type thing that goes like most of the way like knee length. And I think the guy had boots, but I shall find the references. Send them through to you, because it's like I know costume makers that can get the costumes done by, but it's just like, oh yeah, shoes. These are not going to be purchasable. These are going to have to be custom. But I really want to approach this project down the route of, I don't want to 3D print anything that doesn't need 3D printing. I don't like the thought of 3D printing clothing. That just seems ridiculous to me. It's like, yes, okay, if it's a custom belt, okay, we can 3D print that really weird, cool belt buckle and make it look metallic, but then actually have a leather belt and all the rest of it. The clothing has to be real. The biggest issue is the skin. It's because I think what we'll probably do is 3D print the head and
hands and arms and things like that, and then send it to a prosthetic artist to use that as a cast to do a clay sculpt or whatever, to actually do a silicon proper skin mold for it.
Cool.
So it would be quite interesting, because what we'd end up doing would be making a custom wooden mannequin in the correct pose, with the parts where there is skin that is visible missing, and then they'd say, like, the arm would go to here, and then it would be the skin element that we put onto that, and oh, cool, feeling it. Yeah. So
did you do the drawing?
Be quite interesting.
Yeah, that sounds like a very cool project. Did you do the second drawing?
I didn't. That's a very good point. I'll do that now.
Very good.
And you can see me doing it as well. Feel like a stream.
Like a real boy. Yeah, Sithel, the Pembroke armor has some really cool. There's some soft bodies. There's some little like metallic pieces that are in there, and they all move independently. It looks really cool.
It does look really cool.
I did mean the second J-Rack baffle.
Oh, I put them on the pen drive. Resave it because I put it on the stick that's in the machine.
Ah,
Fine. I only did it because I thought that you could see my screen when I was saving it.
nope. And so do you still have donations going for your Elgato Camlink Pro, or is that what you're using right now?
No, we still have that going. So our current stream goal is for the Elgato Camlink Pro, which is basically a video capture card that captures up to 4K HDMI feeds. So the idea being that we could have 6 cameras in here, so that I could set cameras actually on the head of the CNC. We can set up cameras, so fixed cameras, instead of having all these ones that are mobile and around the place. We'd have them up high, like we've got with that one. But that one could zoom in and do long. The lenses on these cameras are really nice, so that we can kind of have less trip hazards for me, because they'll go all the way in through HDMI. And then we can kind of cover the workshop a little bit better. The other thing to remember is that we've got the spray booth as well, which we've never really done any filming in because I've not actually used it. So that's what we're saving up for at the moment. They're not cheap, but it's like that's 4 camera inputs onto one card. And that's the thing. This PC is really struggling from a point of view of it's run out of USBs. I don't have any more USB 3s. And I've got USB 3 PCI cards in it. Like, I'm out. I'm out.
Oh, wow.
So, the Camlink Pro is a sensible thing to do. You know what we're like with our cameras. We have so many cameras.
More is better.
I'd like to run up to about I'd like to run about 12 cameras in this show. Probably going to have to up this rig a little bit to do it. But once we've got the office up there, my rig from home will probably come here anyway. So,
gotcha.
Because I'm probably going to do more work down here than I will at home.
Yeah, shifted a little bit more to the workshop.
Yeah, because I can be designing kit models and stuff here while the CNC is running, so I can be more, more proactive down here. Right, so this one is much simpler. So just need to do 2 tool paths for this one.
The raffle has started and already finished, I believe.
Yes. Quite possibly. It has. Pick a winner.
Heat pumps.
Conspiracy CG again. Well done.
Oh, wow.
Well done. Well done.
Rigged. Congratulations.
Well,
congratulations.
there was not many, only 4 people entered that time, so that's why people didn't enter. Can't win if you're not in. Can't win if you're not in.
That's true.
No sympathy there. So with this one,
Darsh
we've only
says
got
he's not here anymore, so he can't receive it.
Oh, really? Right, I don't have those rules.
Nope.
He's a
Do not need to be
subscriber,
present to
so no, it's not needs to be present. I mean, it's easier to win if you're present because then you can tell me what.
Yep.
I can still just message you on Twitter. So 5-0 up. So my plan for this one, I want to have to screw down each. Probably cheat with this one.
No tool change.
I really don't, because I'm doing 3 of these sheets, I really don't want to have to bother. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in the sides so I can easily screw things down at the sides. That'll allow me to do the
Gotcha.
first pass, and then I can just stick some screws in.
That makes sense.
That it does. So that's ready to get saved onto the stick. This is nearly done.
That is pretty amazing, though. And you're just like, yep, need shelves. Make them up, carve them out, put them together. Pretty cool.
So I've got a sander so that we can sand these parts and put them off the machine. So we'll prep these parts that are cutting now while we cut the other ones.
Is there a timer on the control panel that lets you know how long you have left, or is it like a?
Unfortunately not.
No.
Fortunately not.
Do you have some idea of how long?
You can. So this is the thing. You can get the software to try and work it out. You'd think that the software could work it out.
Right. You would think so.
And if you give it enough information, yes, it can. I don't know why in all the years I've had this machine, I've never actually done it. So CNC machines, the way they work is they're at a certain location and then they're told to go to another location at a certain speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you sort of think, well, since you know that information, that should be really easy.
Right.
However, you need to know exactly how fast your CNC machine accelerates and decelerates. It's not a huge issue with a 3D printer because their acceleration is so fast because it doesn't weigh. The bridge on this weighs 0.5 ton.
Those legs either side of this bridge are solid steel, 4-inch solid steel. This thing, it weighs an absolute, it's so heavy. And it's heavy deliberately so that to cut down on the vibration. So the steppers, there's a stepper each side that move this bridge. If they tried to accelerate too fast, they would just rip themselves apart. They're actually belt driven, so they'll actually pull the belt off. That's sort of like the deliberate point of failure. So obviously that information is known. It'll be somewhere. I'd have to time it. I think it's somewhere in the programming of the CNC machines controllers, but I don't have access to read that.
I see.
So I guess the only way I could do it would be to set up a toolpath that sort of started at one point, went 2 meters at a certain speed, up and down, up and down, up and down, right?
Right.
That I should be able to work out from that what its Y plane directional acceleration is, because its X acceleration is much faster because it's only having to move the head, and so it can accelerate much quicker. So then I would do the same and do a meter line that went left to right, left to right, left to right, and then the same up and down. And that should give me the acceleration and deceleration rates, which you'd assume are about the same. Most of the time, they're programmed to be the same. I can put that information into VCarve, and then it should be able to work out relatively accurately how long these toolpaths will take.
Wow. I wonder why you haven't done
work all that out. Yeah, I know, right? I should do it because it'd be really useful to know.
Super helpful. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it would be super helpful, but I just never have. I did it on the machine at C Engineering, I think, because that was run on. It was run from a PC. It was using Mac software, not as in Apple Mac, as in Mac for CNC software.
CNC,
So you had a lot more control over it, and it was getting feedback from the machine. Because this thing has this controller rather than a PC being attached to it, this thing is getting feedback, but it's not telling me the information. That makes sense.
Oh, I see. I got you.
Now, when I first got this machine, I was kind of a bit annoyed that it had that thing instead of attaching to a PC. I completely assumed it would be attachable to a PC. I have been proved entirely wrong on that, and that this controller is way better.
Okay.
Because this controller has some that doesn't have something that the PC did. Windows updates.
Yes.
Every single time we got a Windows update or anything on Jeff, it took us all day to get him to run again.
Wow.
And it's a bit like the whole Windows 95 for submarines. Do you know that story?
Yep.
So, yeah, for anyone who doesn't, supposedly the British nuclear submarines Trident run on Windows 95 for submarines. That's a genuine operating system name. And they were asked a while back, it's like, why are you running it on such antiquated software? It's like, do you want our submarines to have Windows updates? It works now. Let's not touch it. It's like,
it's done. We're good.
It's done. We do not need Windows updates for submarines. So for the same reason, this thing is so dependable. Just never breaks.
That makes sense.
Which is great. So I'm very pleased that it doesn't have a PC attached to it. But the disadvantage is you get a little bit less feedback from it.
Gotcha. Which makes sense.
I just say it's a bit annoying. Oh, no. It's actually, no.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. That was just me being...
That's okay.
Me not paying attention. I've not got that in tight enough. Or rather not tight, I've got that poking out too much.
Gotcha.
It'd probably be okay, but just... there's a line marked on these bits onto kind of how
Oh, I see.
far in they should be.
Gotcha.
Right. I try and follow the the supposed thing that's supposed to be up to. I say these are quite deep collets, so it'd probably be fine anyway.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that gives you the vertical stability, right?
Yeah, aye.
Have the shaft deep in.
These ones are. I do find these tools slightly better. So these are reduced shanks. So they're an 8mm
Mhm.
shank, and then they're reduced to a 5mm cutting head.
Gotcha.
And I prefer those because they don't snap as easily. Because the point at which it's the most the most pressure on it is the point where it goes into the CNC. So that's 8mm. So now the sort of point of failure is at the point where it goes down from 8mm to 5mm. Well, that's closer to the wood, so it's not got as much torque on it. So,
Gotcha. Huh. That makes sense.
It's just less likely to break.
Yeah.
So this is just all this is doing now is just cutting around them.
Right. Yep. Yeah, all the carving is done, right? This is just basically the cutting.
Yeah. And I just randomly found a GIF on image of someone CNCing wood and using screws all down.
Yeah, it's funny. We actually have that issue with my job where you get government contracts and they have RFQs for really old equipment that is no longer available. And you're like, well, can you move up to this new stuff? And like, nope, we need the old stuff. It's already been qualified.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they're still using X9s and, that stuff. It's like old. Did you get to see any of the stuff for the graphics team on Friday? I know we talked
I've
about
not
a
watched
little bit.
any of that yet. No, I need to get myself either a colossal television or a projector screen in here so that I can have like Twitch or something on. So I've ordered a really cool Bluetooth transmitter.
Okay.
So it's not cheap, it's about 70 quid, but it's got a pass-through and it'll connect to two devices, but it will synchronize the pass-through with the devices. So the idea being I can have it in the workshop. Obviously, it's a fairly powerful transmitter as well. Have it in the workshop, have audio coming out of a PC into an amplifier. I've got a load of old speakers, so I can have just music in the shop. But then when you're using a loud tool or something, you just put your Bluetooth headphones in and it's synchronized with what's on the amplifier.
Oh, cool.
Because it's like you can, because
Go ahead.
No, just because when you're not using a loud tool, you can just take your headphones out, give your ears a rest because the ears are a bit sore by the end of the day of having earplugs and ear defenders over them. But then you just carry on listening to whatever the fuck you're listening to.
Neat.
It cool also idea. Works really well for the stream because at the moment I'm listening to you through my Bluetooth headphones from my PC. They are set as the monitor off OBS. So without putting like potato software on or something, another person can't hear you as well.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Huh.
Whereas that would at least allow two. So obviously we have two Rode microphones. We can have two headsets. So we could have me and Jamie or me and Cal's or whatever, both being able to talk to you and hear you at the same time.
Very cool.
While we're wandering around the workshop.
Well, I definitely have. I got to give 2 thumbs up for a projector. My 4K projector is absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
I was kind of nervous about getting it. They have a bunch of different technologies, and I did a little bit of research, and basically this is the top of the line of this type of technology. So it still uses a color wheel and those things, but I was actually running it at 1080p through my Surface because it just couldn't handle 4K output. And when I got my Shield, I was running at 4K native at 60 hertz, and it was just absolutely stunning. But you'd have it up. Well, that's true. So Darge does make a valid point.
Well, so yes, Darge is absolutely right. So my plan was to actually have the projector in the office and a glass window for it to project out of.
Nice.
Because yes, I mean you can do box enclosures, but fuck, they heat up. We've done that for external projectors and stuff, and like holy shit, they just cook when you put them in boxes. Projectors don't like it because the bulbs are so hot. I suppose LED ones are probably better, but even so, it's probably not good for them. But yeah, so the idea would be to have a projector. But again, it's the same with a TV. I don't really want to put like a really... This building's so big, I would need like a 77-inch or something to have anything that I could read text on from a distance. Because I think it'd be nice to have chat on it when we're doing this and stuff, so I could actually read it. So having it on a 200-inch projection or something like that, 300-inch projection would work. Yes, it would need to be super bright to overpower the lights. That is
yeah.
Although interestingly,
and
the
consideration.
Yeah. If it was pretty high up on the wall, I don't think it would actually be too bad. I don't know if the camera will pick this up, but because these are downlighters, you can't really see on here. The floor's a lot brighter than up there. I think up there you'd be okay, but I'd have to find out. I might ask Ian if I can borrow one of his event ones.
That was a big thing that I was concerned about with mine is, watching TV in the daytime and those kinds of things. And zero issue. The only time I really have any kind of issues is direct sunlight. Like on the
I suppose that's the
screen.
thing. There is zero direct sunlight in here because there's no fucking windows.
Yeah. A problem already solved.
So I might hire something or borrow something or somebody just to check it out, because our projector in here would be good. At the end of the day, I know this all sounds like luxuries and things, but just like I am probably going to spend the best part of 12 hours a day here for 6 months of the year, and it's just like I will live in this place a lot more than I'll live in my own house. So
make it as comfortable as you can.
I have Twitch streams on. I listen to podcasts. I listen to. I'm going through a lot of Simon Whistler's YouTube podcasty stuff at the moment, and it's nice to listen, but it's also nice to have a screen as well sometimes, as long as you're not too distracted by it, I guess. But exactly,
well, I mean, anything above
what makes life better.
Food, water, and shelter. I mean. Anything else is a luxury, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Oh, there we go. So this happens quite a bit. So CNC bits are so sharp that you cut yourself without noticing.
Oh wow.
So that was me just picking up one of them.
It's picking up the bit. Wow.
That was just me picking up that bit.
Bloodletting number 2.
Yeah, 2. I think only 2. Well, does this one count as 1 or 2? Because I got myself in 2 places. But yeah,
one incident.
These carbide bits are insane. They really are. When you buy a new one, it's like so I've got scars on my arm. I don't know if you'll see them. Fading slowly. Oh, there you go. So I've got scars on my arm. Down here.
Mm-hmm.
With this cameraman here, if I flip that over, let me show you. So I have scars down my arm here. And the way I got those is that I'd be standing here, right? And I'd reach across and I catch the top of these 16 mil carbides. And I've done that 3 or 4 times, reached across and just sliced down my arm on the tips of those bits. I should really have little caps that sit over them.
You got a 3D printer.
Yeah. Yeah, I could totally do that, couldn't I? And I don't use those bits a lot either, so it's just like they sit there cutting me more than they cut wood. But yeah, a couple of times I've done that. Oh, fuck that. They're just so, carbide bits are just so fucking sharp. Which is good, because otherwise they produce an astonishing amount of heat while they were cutting wood.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd burn out really fast.
Yes, we are, Captain Squirrel. It's all battle wounds. Darjanator asks, would it be safer to put the bits in tip down?
I'd worry about them kind of, I mean, possibly. I guess because my tool holder's set up for the holes of their shanks, so they fit in really like nicely. But I guess they'd fit in the other way up. I mean, yeah. The only problem with it is that I wouldn't be able to see what shape they were. So it's like all these 8 mils, some are round over, some are radius curved ones, some are edge curved ones, some are pointy. So I'd have to keep pulling them all out to find out what they were. I could just not be a dick. I mean, I think that's the thing. It's just like, I do it because I'm not paying attention. Not because, I say, it's only those 16 mil ones. I should just put tips in. Just because they stick up so far. I could just take the German health and safety approach to it. So in Germany, certainly my experience is that German health and safety is be better educated, don't be a dick, don't hurt yourself. Because when you go to like events and stuff, it's like no one wears high vis or hard hats or safety boots or anything like that.
They're just more careful.
Yeah, they're just more careful.
That makes
don't
sense.
have accidents. Be more aware. Like I say this to people all the time on like people think they're wearing high vis. So I don't know. It's like well, I'm visible now, so nothing can happen to me. Or even worse, if something happens to me, it wasn't my fault. I can, be someone else's fault. It's like, yeah, but if it doesn't matter whose fault it is, it's still you that gets hurt, for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you have to wear high vis when you're at an event venue or something, right? Because there's forklifts running around. Forklifts are very dangerous. I disagree that high vis helps you not get run over by a forklift, though. Because, I'm sorry, a human being is not a small thing. You got run over with a forklift because the forklift driver wasn't watching.
Right.
If they were looking in your direction, they would have seen you either way. It's like,
Regardless.
sorry. You got run over because the guy reversed and didn't look behind.
Yep.
And I think it's that whole thing of, I've seen people wandering around event venues in their high vis, in their hard hat, texting people on their phones, like with this sort of like blasé thing of, oh, it's all right, I'm in high vis and a hard hat, people will see me. It's just like, maybe. But then maybe you could see the thing driving towards you.
Right.
Even better.
That would be better.
It would be a lot better. So
it's kind of like the backup beepers that are required for any construction or anything. Like if you just look around, you can see the truck is backing up.
Well, yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. Right, so this has still got a bit of usable wood on it, but we'll just dump it for the time being.
Super cool.
But wait for my dust extract. Oh, much better. Yeah. So when it's usually when you finish the toolpath with a dust extract, there's no dust on here. It's all in the bag.
Nice. And that's just you're waiting for electricity for that?
Yeah. Waiting for more sockets.
Sockets.
The problem is you've got to have RCDs and MCDs on sockets now, three-phase sockets. So requires proper rewiring.
I see. Huh. Interesting.
So I shall grab one of our spare bits of 6.
Ashka says, I'm sneezing just watching that. So much dust.
Yeah, so much dust. Yeah, I've forgotten how dry your lips get when you're working in this amount of dust.
Hmm. Is there a mechanism to clear the sawdust out of the track so it doesn't have an issue moving up and down the track?
Yeah, it's a bit like when there's sawdust on a train track, if I'm honest. This thing is just so goddamn heavy. It just moves it out of the way. So, doesn't cause an issue. You can get machines that have, like, the track covers, like the concertina things. I don't think they're necessary on a wood CNC. They certainly are on a metalworking machine, because obviously that you've got metal rubbing on metal on the track, so you are going to grind your track down. Whereas sawdust, at the end of the day, is not going to grind the track down.
That is true. Makes sense.
And the sliders that are sliding down these rails are so tight, like perfectly fitted, that sawdust isn't going to get in the way. It's fine.
That makes sense.
We need to put the new files on. Some people out there might disagree with me, but I've never had an issue with sawdust on tracks.
Yeah, because I did notice a bit of buildup on there, just from previous carvings and things.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, it might be a different issue with bigger chunks, but I think it'd be the same kind of thing since the tolerances are so tight and just move it out of the way. And it does seem like the sawdust is super fine
Oh god, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And that again is because of the sharpness of the bit and the speed that the machine is turning the bits at. This is running at 24,000 RPM, so with an exceedingly sharp bit.
Mm-hmm. Very dusty, very tiny particles.
Yes, I mean, this isn't nowhere near as bad as MDF. MDF is so fine when you cut it on one of these machines. It's lethal, literally lethal. Right, so while that's starting to cut those, I'm just going to sand down some of these.
Dar says it reminds me him of filler dust for asphalt. Almost fluid, it's so fine. He hates it, and he's glad he doesn't have to work with it anymore. I can imagine.
Yeah, and so MDF dust, interesting. I don't know if that's the same with the asphalt dust. MDF dust is so fine that it has the same non-Newtonian properties as clay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a non-Newtonian fluid. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's some weird stuff. Superfluids and those things. I really like looking into that and learning about the physics of materials.
Material science is really interesting. I didn't do a lot of it at uni because it was more general engineering, and then obviously
Mhm.
do civil engineering and do a lot of material science.
Now, is this the same as
engineering, but
right? But is this the same? Basically, the same as what you're doing with the tabs, but without the tabs, right? So there's going to be kind of a rougher edge down there, or is it because you use the two different bits?
yeah, it's just getting the fluff off, getting the. I mean, when you've got a brand new bit, this is like perfectly clean. But as the
Gotcha,
bits
okay.
start to wear, you'll get.
Hey,
Callie
Death
would
Code.
come here and go.
Let's go. Yeah.
Go and get those cartons.
Obviously, she doesn't like search, but obviously, Cal's doing a lot of sanding. I make her job harder by not changing for sharp bits all the time.
Mm.
It's just that. And obviously, I say the bits are a couple of £100 each. Well, no, some of these smaller ones are like 100. But you can get a good 10 sharpenings out of them, and it only costs like a tenner to get them sharpened.
Roger that.
Less if you're getting a load done. So you actually get a pretty big value for money out of them. We're honest.
Yeah. So Death Ghost was wondering if who was talking in the tin can, and Darish says that we've hit the limit of RTX, and it is hand sensors.
Oh, really?
But yeah, because it's funny because it's so close to your voice that it just cuts everything out. It's at a certain point.
Oh, the hand sander.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Man, it cut those guys up pretty quick.
Yeah, these at the end of the day are just little squares, effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we could have done these on a table saw if we were honest.
Right.
It's less. Obviously, I need to get into the habit of doing things like these little shelves on a table saw, because now I have a decent fence and stuff. I can be accurate enough to do it.
Right. Yeah.
I guess I've always been a bit lazy with the CNC because I could make things so fucking accurate with the CNC just by drawing it instead of having to make it and measure it and things.
Right. Right.
But it would be beneficial for productivity because I could put those on a table for a tenth of the time. But it's just down to my skill to be able to get them accurate. So I just need to practice at being more accurate with the table saw, and then I could save us a load of time because the less the CNC has to do, the food has to do, the more we can do on table saws and where to tables and things,
Right.
the faster we can do it.
Especially like all the tool changes and things. It would be pretty simple just to run a couple of boards through and say, hey, I need 12 shelves that are this size.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we could have done it. I say I just don't. I need to get into the habit of thinking about it because it's like I haven't before because I haven't had the option. But now we've actually got an accurate table saw.
Yeah.
I said the fence on it before that was on it was so shit. You couldn't have done it. Right.
Oh, that's the key, right? You got to be accurate with it.
That is key.
Mm-hmm.
It's key.
Welcome, Decimalist Art. Good evening.
In fact, you know what? We're going to do them on the saw.
Ah, right.
Fuck it.
I did notice there was
to
one
prove
size.
my point.
Yeah, there was one size that was a little different. And that's the top,
yeah,
right?
so there's three of each on that. So we'll have to but what I'm going to do, so this is the slight cheat I can do now. I'm going to use the ones that I've cut to set the blade on this.
There you go.
So, because table saws are quite good at like replicating things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Then there's that problem. Camera, John. Move a camera. Stop doing things off camera. You do a stream where people watch you do things.
Yep.
I don't know whether I'm stupid or brave or what, but I don't think there are many people that actually do kind of live woodworking. There's probably a really good reason for it. So we're going to take our lovely 45-degree fence out, put our 90-degree one back in, or 0 degree, depending on which way you want to look at it. Obviously, to set it back to 0.
I was watching a YouTube channel where the guy does a bunch of woodworking and things like that, classic woodworking stuff.
Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not the only idiot that's doing it. That's doing it live. That makes me feel better. Oh, I'm going to put a bit of tape on that one because that worked really well.
So Death Ghost asks, how much does it cost to get one of those JRDF logos on a MDF like that? It'd be awesome to use it as a picture frame. I have it behind my models when streaming with a nice backlight.
Yeah. I think we could potentially work that out. Especially the new JRDF logo.
Right.
Ooh.
Snazzy.
Cool. Right, so wait a minute. Air defense off, goggles on, air defense back on. Right. So we're going to use these as a template. Oh, you're kidding me.
Well, hopefully it's always 10, Hashkaha.
Oh, wow.
Hashkaha says there should be a number of fingers remaining countdown. 99.99.
So that's
out of
interesting.
10.
So after all that, I still fucked it up because I obviously didn't cut quite. This is obviously just over 6 mil. What? This is 6 mil, right?
Our injury incident counter is up to 2 now, though.
It is, yeah. Oh, wow.
Is it not 6 mil?
That's interesting. They're very fucking generous, 6 mil. With the edges. I mean, that's the thing. This stuff has sat in a workshop for a bit. Hmm.
You've had it for a while, right?
Yeah.
Should be better shit in minutes. Exactly.
That's fine. It's fine. So we want 157 by 186. $157. Love having a scale on this. It's amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Right, so we'll put our fingers down. Move all the shite that I've left on this side. Oh dear. Wasn't expecting to have to use this before we put all the things in the shelf. Look. Very bad planning. Right.
Even the table saw as a table.
What's that?
I said using the table saw as a table.
I know. Very bad table saw etiquette. 157. You see, we didn't bother putting the riving knife back on it because if you're doing nicer stuff, you don't really need it.
That makes sense.
186. Did I say 186? I feel that's what
I
it's
don't remember.
This is the only thing we are borderline to the point where I'd really like a
The carriage for that, yeah.
you can kind of see trying to push this through straight. It's wanting to do that.
Yeah.
So the risk we have here is this is when wood likes to spit you in the face. use those fingers and see whether that's not nice. So what happens is it'll get to here and then it'll jam and then it'll just fling it out if we don't get it absolutely spot on. And that's why I say you have one of the things we need to build is a carriage that basically holds it and keeps it perfectly straight when we do this. And then we'd actually not have the fence on it, because you actually clamp it to the sled so that there isn't a fence for it to get jammed against. It just falls off that side, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. So we shall do it the old-fashioned way. There's always another tool, Drew. There's always another tool.
There's another tool. That's right.
Unfortunately, I don't have a particularly sharp blade for this at the moment.
Chop saw.
But I will just use a chop saw. What a surprise! It's a DeWalt chop saw. What a surprise.
You got to get you a T-shirt. This is DeWalt slut on it.
Yes. Indeed. DeWalt slut indeed. Okay, so obviously the issue with this is getting our 186 accurate. I do not have a proper fence on this.
What you doing?
So because I want to cut a few of them, I want to put a stop in so I don't have to measure them all.
Oh, yeah. Makes a ton of sense.
Because I'm lazy.
It's a much better way to do
So
it,
what
too.
I could really... I should... So one of the things I was going to build was a chop saw bench. So you didn't have to do this. So yeah, I was going to build the chop saw bench with an actual fence for this, but I didn't, because I don't really use a chop saw a huge amount, especially once I've got a sled. I won't need to do this.
Which makes sense. And you would just use
because chop saws aren't.
Yeah.
Chop saws aren't particularly accurate.
Mm.
They're a bit of a they're a building site tool, is what a chop saw is.
Right. Exactly. Rough cut, framing, those kinds of things.
So close enough. Close enough for theatre work.
There you go. That's awesome.
I'd like to get a proper size cut for as well, because this is just like a little contractor's one. And I don't get me wrong, I've used it to build my house. It's been an amazing little top saw.
Right.
Very handy to have a top saw, but
It is definitely a builder's tool, not a.
Right. Not a precision tool.
not a carpentry tool. You can, I mean, don't get me wrong, you can set a chop saw up to be a carpentry tool.
Okay, yeah.
Like, definitely, you can get fine
Blades and set it on a.
Absolutely, 100%. Um,
At 9. Okay, so that's all of that size. I say so much faster than the other one.
Yes, that is quite
is
fast.
182.
That is perfect, Darsh.
So set this table saw back to 182 for our wider shelf. So have no issue using a table saw to do the long cuts on these.
Are you at the old distance or the new distance?
This is the new distance.
and then this way, we've got the same, the chop saw is the same.
Right.
The chop saw is basically doing the depth of the shelf.
Gotcha. And I do need to call it in about 15 minutes or so.
Really have called it that now.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted to get this done. So,
We should do some speed building.
Perfect.
if we can get one built.
Yeah, that'd be great. Kind of, like I said, it's really cool to see it from start to finish. I need this thing.
Yeah, that's
Here
the
it is.
thing.
We need a thing.
Yep.
Didn't move my camera. Doesn't move my camera. Top streamer.
We do get the overview though in the upper left corner. So
That's
I'm just happy to blame JR immediately, but if you
the
insist,
Pixel
we
Fuzz.
will
Thank
look at
you
the
for the
evidence.
follow.
Okay. There's very bad etiquette building here on such an untidy bench. It is what it is.
Indeed.
Right, so that's one of our big ones. We'll do those. wider of our back plates. That. So put these so they line up. Right, so I'm going to. Should I really say it so I can actually see what's on the stream?
People who wrote the etiquette of woodworking weren't contending with a fickle live stream audience.
Yeah. I definitely want to treat myself to some more clamps as well soon. Because I have quite a few clamps, but some really nice woodworking clamps on Rutland's, my favourite website of all. Fucking hell, I could spend, honestly, man, I could spend some fucking money on them. I want to spend like £1,000 on clamps there without any issue at all. I could spend that kind of money on clamps. That's like, hilarious. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. Just bring me all the clamps.
All right, I got to send this message.
This would be what Adam Savage would class as not addressing your work properly. Without a doubt. This would be what's called rushing. That's what this is. And yeah, not setting things up as they absolutely should be. Like him, I've done plenty of projects, but not had the time constraint that you would perhaps like.
Right, indeed. Oh, thank you, Captain Squirrel. He says it's been a great stream to have in the background all day. Love this channel.
Thank you. I enjoy a lot of streamers that are very much my background noise. So to be other people's background noises is definitely a thing I'm very happy to be.
Indeed. That's cool.
Very happy with that job.
Wow. Pretty cool. It's still amazing we can't hear any of those tools. It's crazy.
Oh, I know. It's so freaky.
It is really strange.
I wish we could have the opposite filter. Mm-hmm. I wish we could kind of do a filter where it filters my voice out and not the tools. So then we could have that as a separate channel and just put that quieter.
Mm-hmm.
Because we tried to do it just putting a general ambient mic, but it made me echo.
Right. It picks you up
again. So it didn't work. But I like the idea of you. I just think it must be really freaky watching me do things with tools and then make no noise.
Don't make no noise. It's really weird. It is.
I'd find it really disconcerting, I think.
Yeah, I definitely liked it when you had like the background noises going on.
Mm.
You know, and just a subtle, you know, you knew when the saw was turned on. You knew when, you know, things were happening.
Yeah.
So
That's it. It's
that
like
makes sense.
just yeah, just that tiny little
Yeah, we keep hearing
awareness
the
of the noise.
right. There is a slider for RTX voice that you can adjust, which might be a way to be able to
Oh yeah,
let
that's
some
true
of that
actually.
in.
Yeah, we should practice with that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I'll do it on a call with you at some point. You can
Be
find
interesting to
where
find
you'd
out.
like. Yeah, find where you'd like it to be.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah. Let's check. What has gone wrong there? Oh no. That's...
The wrong one.
It must be, but I don't know how. How have I managed that? Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Clearly, me being to sleep. Let's get the shelves in first. Oh, I really need to clamp and glue that, don't I? Yeah, I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, can't be bothered to do all of that. I should do. So this is one of these really interesting things. Again, goes back to that kind of how you should do stuff versus how it's like I'm just rushing stuff now. Just like no, I should actually come back and finish this tomorrow and do it properly. Because I'm just going, oh no, fuck it. No, I got me fucked. No, I got me fucked. It's just like I totally should. Plus, it is like, what time is it? It's like 10 o'clock. So yeah. Yeah, let's wrap it there because I really do need to actually glue and clamp that. Otherwise, just yeah, it is 7:05. 10:05. Thank you all for tuning in. It has been indeedly fun. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there and not do it in a shit fashion. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me, Drew. And
you're very welcome.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
Indeed. See you next time.